Thank you. I would like to make a notice that we did have an executive session to discuss contract matters. I'll call the meeting to order at 7:02 p.m. Roll call, Mr. Tenio.
Ms. Joy Beers.
Present.
Mr. Richard Belts.
Here.
Mr. David Bradley.
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Because when we were in executive session, I was trying to speak and I was being completely muted. And I don't think it's very respectful that they opened the floor for comment to this contract negotiation that's taking place in the background of this agency. And I find it disturbing. Thank you.
Mr. Nathan Fuller.
Present.
Mr. Stephen Holland.
Here.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik.
Here.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli.
Here.
Mr. Wayne Wentz.
Here.
And Mr. Larry Stern.
Present.
Thank you.
There are no presentations this evening. We'll go right into public comment. Mr. Tenio.
I believe we had two that registered. I don't know if they're raising their hand.
Yes, we have Autumn. Do not see her. I do not see her, so we will go with Ms. Bose. Ms. Bose?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I had a number of things I wanted to ask about. On the payment of bills, there were 3 payments to the CLIU for $4,375. And according to the coding, it was system-wide technology services, general supplies, and CARES funding, and the other numbers I couldn't find. The 30, 20, and 10, 800, 500, 200, and then the 9. They're all exactly the same, and I was just wondering what that was for.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bose, you say for the CLIU or C?
CLIU, it
Oh,
said.
pardon me, okay. A lot of those payments are for the LAVA program. You say 4,500 was the one you were questioning? I don't have it.
4,375, and that's why I'm questioning it, because I thought it was $1,000 each kid.
It's $4,500 each student for our program.
I thought it was only 1,000 because of COVID.
No, it's $4,500, but we also lease equipment from them as well. The laptops for our students. And there's also, depending on the courses they're taking, there's a different rate for that, but it ends up, it's approximately $4,500, and that's for the year. Now, if the student ended up leaving, say, December, then, we wouldn't be billed for that, and then we wouldn't be billed for the rental of their equipment as well.
Yeah, but this is 4,375, and that's what I don't get.
Barb, was that in 1 month or was that over a period of several
It was
months?
in this month's payment of bills. Let me see if I can find it and I can tell you what page it was on. Crap. Sorry, I opened it with the wrong file. I remember it was at the very top of a page was the total, and the detail was on the previous page.
I could look into it and clarify it for you.
Yeah, I will. I'm almost there. It was after the healthcare stuff. I had another question on, we pay for AT&T Mobility. which is cell phone, and then there's another charge for a couple hundred for Verizon. And I was wondering on that too. Why are we paying for cell phones? I mean, it's almost $1,000 a year for AT&T mobility. And I just wanted to understand what that's about.
We do have cell phones for several of the building and grounds individuals have cell phones to be in contact with them for inclement weather. There's also cell phones for our lava coordinator to communicate with the parents, you know, if she's not in the district to use the district cell phone, as well as our nurses. And there are several others in the district that do have cell phone service, but you'll also see there is service too for iPads. So there is iPads that have the mobility, and many of that is through Verizon and not
Okay,
AT&T.
so that would be the Verizon
Yep.
bills, like $239.36.
Yeah, they would be the iPads, so they could connect to connectivity anywhere. Our school police officers have access to those because they could actually link them directly to our security cameras offsite.
Okay, because I mean, it's almost $1,000 a month, so that was.
And also there's also our sub caller for teachers, and that calls for the substitutes also does have.
Yeah, but that's with Palmerton's telephone.
No, we removed that because it was cheaper to go with the cell phone. So she actually now has a district cell phone.
Oh, okay, because I thought the reason they didn't go with cell phone was because where she is, the coverage is spotty.
At one time that was the case, but it's been improved since then. And
Okay.
we did a test, and so far so good. We changed that several months ago.
Oh, all right. This touch point contract that's up, are we changing the printer of the tax bills?
Yes,
Okay, is this one cheaper?
yes, it is.
Okay, do you know by how much?
I think it's
Okay.
approximately $4,000.
Well, that's good. All right, that was my question on that. And on the budget transfers, there are no transfers in the ones that were approved at the finance meeting for the 2720 function. Even though according to the expenditure by object report, we're already over what was budgeted for that. And I'd like to see us perhaps have that not happen whenever possible. And we're going to be even more over once the bills are approved tonight, because we have another, I think it's about $91,000 to approve to that function code tonight.
Right, so that was the 2720 is the transportation,
Right,
which was removed from the budget and then not put back in at the full amount. So
right.
that one is going to be over. The list that we talked about on the finance committee meeting was inclusive of what our accounting department was finding as they were putting the bills in. So we're trying to be a little proactive and get them on there before the bills were actually paid. So yeah, we're working through that as we continue to go through these. So we're not.
Oh,
catching
I also appreciate the fact that you're trying to get everything where it's supposed to be. I absolutely appreciate that. I had one suggestion. I know that sometimes because you can't put it in until the board approves the payment of bills. That's part of the problem. I get that. Would it not be prudent to, once they have the budget transfers ready, and once they approve the payment of bills, the next motion could be to transfer the funds into those function codes? Would that not bring us closer to following the law, as it were? It was just a thought. It might help alleviate, because it's kind of you're kind of between a rock and a hard place, because you can't put it in until the bills are approved to be paid. And that could put us over budget in certain areas, like in transportation.
Correct.
It was just a thought it would alleviate maybe some issues.
Yeah, sure.
Now on the graduation of candidates, what percentage of seniors are graduating this year? Is it 90%? Is it 93? Is it 85? I know we've had a tough year, so that's why I'm asking on that.
Currently, all the seniors are eligible to graduate. There's still some requirements. The year's not over yet, so things could happen. So to give you an exact percentage right now, the hope is it's 100%. There's a couple that are going to have to, pull a lot of weight to get there. However, we're doing all we can to make sure they meet the requirement for graduation. And then, of course, if unfortunately they don't meet that requirement, then you still have the opportunity for summer school.
Right, but I mean,
the students that are listed are all the ones that technically are eligible to graduate, but you still are required to, finish up, what is required of the coursework.
right, but is there like a ballpark number? I mean, are we above 85%?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I was wondering. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Cleaver, I believe Autumn is on now.
Yes. Autumn?
Hi, thank you. Sorry, I wasn't on earlier.
That's okay.
So what I'd like to address is Roman numeral 2, section A is the 2021-2022 proposed final budget. And then I realized that later on down the agenda near the end at new business is the discussion for the library contribution. So I was just kind of wondering, is it counterproductive to have that discussion after you've already voted on accepting the proposed budget?
I know, Autumn, for the proposed budget, again, this is a budget that we're still going to continue to tweak. This is just a proposed. So the final budget, if the board decide to put, the funding for the library back into it, then would be part of the final budget when we approve it. So even by approving this evening, it doesn't limit us on what we can move around and change either, because if we would get a retirement letter tomorrow, even after this budget is approved, we would adjust it then accordingly for the next month.
Right, I understand. I just don't want it to be kind of lost in the mix, when this gets approved, that it doesn't, nobody thinks to put it on later on. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Stern, no other requests from the attendees?
I actually have my hand raised.
And again, Mr. Bradley, I said no other requests from the attendees, so
I understand,
you
but I have
are
my hand
able to
raised.
speak. You don't need to raise your hand, as you've been told many times.
Yeah, you do, because you don't acknowledge the person, and then you don't get the floor, and you talk over top of people, and you don't take turns.
Thank you,
Wait till
Mr.
we're in
Bradley.
public. Yeah, thank you. So mine is basically on two areas. One is the payment of the bills. It's my understanding that this board is going to attempt to pay bills in budget line item areas where we do not have budgeted funds. And that seems in stark contradiction to Pennsylvania School Code Section 609, as Ms. Bowes identified and Mr. Rarick acknowledged. Those funds are not there, and they need to get there. And the only way to get there is for this board to transfer them there prior to spending them. We do not have any legal authority to spend money in excess of a budget. That's black and white. We as a government can't take that taxpayers' money and tell them we're going to use it for certain things and then lie to them, cheat the Pennsylvania School Code as a bunch of liars and cheaters, and then go spend it willy-nilly only to then blindly trust and backfill it. You have to move the money first. And to move the money, it takes a board action. And to take a board action, you need the public to speak first. So if you're going to make a statement like, let's move money to buy more books, the people have a right to speak first and see why this board failed to properly budget for more books if we're needed. And if this board failed to budget for transportation or failed to budget for charter school kids and failed, which are within our district and we are not competing with charter schools. They're part of the district. The money follows the students. So if we don't properly listen to our stakeholders and follow the law, we're in a problem. Now, the Auditor General's report identified this problem where money was moved in a protected fund over to the staff members' post-employee retirement fund as a protected fund. All those dollars. And then this board, without even using a budget, willy-nilly spent those funds outside of the protected fund that was held for when these teachers retire. And they were put into a stadium that wasn't even on the budget. And you had Wayne Wentz stand up in a meeting and tell people to kiss his derriere. Now, the Auditor General, after we showed him, found that this board and this government agency has been not in compliance with the law. Now, I'm going to suggest at payment of the bills, I'm going to ask for a motion at payment of the bills, that we postpone that till such time that the carbon courts can review the application of law under Section 609 to make sure that this board stays in compliance as a function of an injunction. We asked for that information from Mr. Rarig and Mr. Filer and Mr. Taylor at Kingsbry. No response was provided in a timely fashion. So two things. I think the executive session was hijacked. You had a personnel committee meeting, as Larry said, and it talked about contracts, and no questions and answers were provided, and only the most cursory information was provided to one of our largest expenditures. And just like we just did the teachers union contract that was so poorly negotiated that you're watching this agency corner itself and it's wrong. So I'm expecting to see lawful compliance tonight. We're hoping it's going to. I believe the injunction will be heard tomorrow in the carbon courts by Judge Surface. Thank you.
Mr. Filer, would you like to weigh in on that topic?
With regards to what? I've not seen any paperwork regarding a temporary injunction or
No, I'm
permanent
talking
injunction.
about the response regarding the school code and application of it.
Mr. Bradley is constantly referring to Section 609, and he reads it apart and independently from Section 687. Section 687, the Commonwealth Court has already held that a school board may, by simple majority vote, transfer and ultimately spend funds budgeted for particular items of expenditure where the school district is a second, third, or fourth class. The funds are transferred are unencumbered, and the transfer is effected during the last 9 months of the fiscal year. So as long as we are not transferring it within the first 3 months, we are fine.
Mr. Filer, whereas that information you provided is accurate, nowhere does it allow or give authority to the board to spend it before it is moved. Is that correct?
They vote to pay the bills. When they vote to pay, they are voting to transfer the funds. As long as they're not otherwise encumbered, it's okay. You look for magical words.
There's two different actions. Well, there's two different actions. One is a board action to transfer funds, and one is to pay bills. So if the board authorizes to pay funds that are not in the accounts, they're exceeding those budgeted amounts. The people are silenced, and I think that is why maybe this judge will have to make that decision for you, because apparently you are not reading the black and white of 609 and conflating the other areas where it does give the board authority, and we agree that if the board needs more money...
You don't agree with anything.
You don't agree with anything? Good for you. Thank you. Appreciate your open-minded understanding of how Pennsylvania school code works after all of these years and after all of the Auditor General spankings that took place within this district
You mean
and all
one
over the
report?
state, it's comical that you don't want to apply the law properly for our board. Thank you.
I would just like to add, we did pass this by King Spry as well, John Taylor, John Friend. And the injunction of the school code is being overspent relates only to overall spending, not line by line spending.
And then again, that contradicts Pennsylvania Department of Education and their understanding that it is the court that makes that decision, not John Frund or Eric Filer, which is good because those two guys apparently have been poorly advising this district for years. If you read the Auditor General's report, that once again gave this district a spanking for spending money that wasn't in the budget first. It's a law, guys. We have to follow it.
And we'll move on to superintendent's report, Mr. Cleaver.
Thank you. I would like to publicly thank the Giant Food Store for their support and generosity with the recent $12,000 grant that will allow the district to expand the Backpack Buddies program. Mrs. Karpowitz and Spinelli, Mr. Tack, and Mr. Barrick were presented with the check last week. Michelle Rex, the store manager from Lehighton Giant, was the representative who presented the check on behalf of the local Giant Food Store. So again, this program will, or this grant will help us expand that program, which is feeding children and giving them food for their families over the weekend. It's been well received. And I have to give credit to Ms. Karpowitz and Mr. Tack and that crew for spending the time and going down and putting the stuff together and making sure our students are getting what they need for them and their families during this troubled and difficult times. With the end of the year quickly approaching, we are currently having a number of outdoor activities taking place for our students throughout the district. Please follow the building Twitter feeds and other social media outlets for updates on the activities and most importantly, the chance to see our students enjoying the programs. Every day we seem to have a program out there taking place where our kids are getting opportunity to be outside, and it's a great program for them. The middle school is currently in the process of wrapping up the PSSA testing and will then turn their focus onto the Keystone exams for the qualified students at the end of this week. Next week, we will begin PSSA testing for grades 3 through 5, and they will be handled here within our buildings. And we're also making arrangements for our students who are in our LAVA program as well, because they are required to be tested. So we are making arrangements for them to come into the buildings to be tested as well. Graduation will be held on Friday, June 11th at 7 p.m. at the Multipurpose Stadium with the rain date of Saturday, June 12th at 1 p.m. In the event of inclement weather on both Friday and Saturday, then June 12th, then the graduation will be held on a Sunday, June 13th at 1 p.m. at the Multipurpose Stadium. So we're hoping to at least get one half decent day out of the three that were scheduled to be outside. The stadium will be open an hour and a half before the event, and we just ask that you please follow the high school social media outlets for the most recent and up-to-date information, as well as our website. And that concludes my report.
Mr. Cleaver. Go on to section G. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the April 26th, 2021 board meeting. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne. This is Nathan. I'll second.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Fuller. Any questions or comments on those meeting minutes? Other than thank you very much, Ms. Bertinio, for your detailed recollection of the meeting.
Why aren't the meetings being transcribed anymore?
Actually, because I believe we had voted several years ago, Mr. Bradley, to limit the amount of conversation that the secretary would have to listen to and completely transcribe the meeting. And since we do have video and audio of the Zoom recordings, we feel they're no longer needed to have that verbiage actually done on the minutes.
They make software that does it for us. Why wouldn't we use it?
Number one, it's not completely 100% reliable either, Mr. Bradley. Roll call vote, Ms. Patino, please.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
Move on to financial matters. Item A, I need a motion and a second to approve the enclosed 2021-2022 proposed final general budget with the enclosure. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
This is Nathan. I'll second.
I have a motion by Ms. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Fuller to approve the enclosed 2021-2022 proposed general budget. Questions, comments, please?
I have several.
Go ahead, Mr. Bradley.
The budget doesn't appear to be balanced. Why is that?
Mr. Bradley, this budget meets the PDE requirements for a proposed final budget.
Don't we have an ethical responsibility to make sure that this budget is balanced? I mean, that's the law, right? I mean, I agree that you guys can play games up until the last minute, but it's coming up on the last minute and you're still playing games.
I don't think this is a game.
Then you didn't watch them torture the library. You didn't watch them talk about transportation last year. You failed to miss the discussion about sports and how the administration was so kind as to not take a pay increase just so that we could have some sports left. Yet the transportation was canceled and so many people moved to charter schools. You missed the conversations about music that were threatening to be canceled and the conversations about art classes being canceled just to incite and torment the individuals in the community, or the fact that we did a tax increase and we're still attempting to spend more than we take in despite the increase in taxes. And you also apparently don't understand the game that was played when the administration and the board conspired to block half of the board members from attendance at the negotiations or even hiring a professional negotiator, and instead provided not only stipends to every employee on that contract for $1,000, not $800 or not $700 or $750 or $6 or $9, but $1,000 each, when they were already paid for the entire year, whether they were in school or not in school or out on leave or whatever they needed, because we protected our teachers and students, but we failed to protect the community. It's also not a game to recognize that as you continually watch this district raise money and spend it non-compliance with Pennsylvania school code as identified by the Auditor General, it's also not a game to respect the fact that if they don't pay their taxes, a sheriff with a gun shows up to evict them from their homes. And that's wrong. So we have a responsibility to not only balance the budget, but to come under the budget so we don't have to borrow money because of our ineptitude and push payments down the hill and down the road. And this also doesn't even add in the fact that we in the past paid stipends to multiple employees for the NEF contract that we received no benefits from, and $3 million went out the door. So yeah, I don't think it's a respectful game that you guys are playing with these people's money. And when I say you people, I'm talking to the board specifically. But the compliance with the law is important, and a balanced budget is important. And if you're going to manipulate how these individuals that are receiving these educational benefits are going to decide whether they A, stay in this district next year, or B, go to a charter school, or C, go to our schools, that we should tell them what we're doing and in advance so they can make an educated decision. We know this is a bad budget. Larry in the past said that they were fictitious. We know this one's fictitious.
Well, please,
We
Mr.
know
Bradley,
it's fictitious.
Mr.
Stern, I'm speaking. You can, Mr. Stern, I'm speaking.
Other topics pertinent to this discussion.
This is the budget, sir. I am talking about the budget. You accepted fictitious budgets in the past.
And as well as did from Mr. Fike as well, Mr. Bradley.
Absolutely not.
You voted to approve the proposed budgets as well. Which
Absolutely not. You can find
okay,
that
okay, whatever.
and have fun with it. But the reality is, I know the responsibility to make sure a budget is balanced. I know we need to cut things. There's plenty of areas to which we have very superfluous tasks being done. We also have redundant tasks being done by multiple employees. And there's opportunities to save those monies, and we need to. It's our responsibility to do that. It's only our responsibility as a board, not the administration, to form this budget. It's ours. And Ed, I asked you originally to remove those areas that I felt were superfluous and give us a proposal to see what the savings would have been. Mentally, we did the estimated math that it was a little over $1 million. Did you happen to run that proposed version of that budget?
No, I did not.
How come?
It's not my position to remove individuals from the school district who are employed. That would be a board's decision.
Correct. But is it your decision or the administration's decision to remove the library funding?
That's why it's a topic on the board meeting.
I know, but prior to that, it was removed from the proposed and the preliminaries. And in a meeting where we know that Rita was suggesting this and that Larry was suggesting this, the superintendent fell on his sword, said he's the one that decided to do it. So the question then becomes, who's in control of the budget, and is it the board? And if it is, I'm one of the board members. I'd like to see a version of the budget that is balanced and one that is removing the people on our staff that are superfluous and redundant.
Mr. Bradley, who are those individuals?
We spoke to Mr. Rarick privately about that, and I would have liked to have seen that process.
He would like to remove the police officers, social workers, assistant to the superintendent.
Correct.
Technology personnel.
Well, some of the technology personnel. And
we
some
only
of
have
the,
two, Mr. Bradley.
Yep, some of those should be, at least that budget, that's a trimmed budget. We should see.
So you're recommending to remove social workers and guidance counselors in this certain situation where we're mental health?
No, sir. I did not say that. I said we should run a budget where the non-mandated services are set aside to be removed if necessary so that we can prepare a balanced budget of these educational benefits, this benefit package, this government outlay benefit package that we give to our students so that the board can make an educated decision and be informed. Regretfully, they did not do that.
Is this appropriate to be
having? We're talking about
the budget,
individually, Mr. Bradley. So I think if he's going to, make the statements, I think we should know where these cuts are coming from, because it sounds like position-wise, you're looking at some that are unfunded, however, very important.
Well, a lot of people are important. Like, let's look at it before we used to have. I mean, this is the budget discussion.
No, I'm just making the comment.
This is the budget discussion. I'm making a comment too. So don't cut me off.
Again, you've had your opportunity. I'm going to speak. And number one, I want to tell you right from myself, and I see it. Mr. Rarick has been putting countless hours trying to get this budget to where it was. Meeting with people, meeting with staff, meeting with principals, more than has ever been done since I've been here. And for you to even question how he's doing it is wrong. I will tell you right now, he is so dedicated to getting this budget to where it needs to be and moving things forward. This board has never, ever seen so much financial information than they have seen in the past. He's agreed to meet with you. You've been able to come in here and tell us what you want to see. He has been, so as you would say, transparent times 100. And for you to question anything he's doing or anything he has done is inappropriate and accurate. And I will back that individual and that gentleman 110%. And I guarantee you, so would every other person that works in this office and see the hours he's spending here.
And at the time, we recognize that, Mr. Cleaver.
No,
we recognize that.
You are, Mr. Bradley, I am not done.
You are grandstanding.
I am telling you,
and you're telling me that I'm not
that
respectful of Mr. Rarick's work. Mr. Rarick's work is exemplary. But the problem we have is that his exemplary work requires him. He
disagrees with things that you want to push. For example, the way you read the law, we disagree with it. So all of a sudden it's wrong. The positions that you think could be cut or unfunded or shouldn't be there, we don't agree with. We see the benefit of having those positions, counselors, social workers, school police officers. We see a large benefit with those positions. So just
yet
because
when you
Mr.
lobby-
Rarick does not agree with you or any other individual does not give you the right to start questioning things that we're doing and how he's doing them, because I'm telling you right now, countless hours for this district to make it a better place.
Now, Mr. Cleaver, we all recognize that as an employee, he does a fantastic job. However, it is not his position, nor yours, to make that decision as to what does and does not go in the budget. Whereas you get an opportunity to lobby this government agency that has a duty to the citizens, you can do that. And you're really good at it. You can grandstand all you like to lobby for it. But in all reality, we used to have a hired outside security force. Now we have hired police staff. So we don't have someone that's dedicated to protect our students. We have someone that's dedicated and took an oath to apply the law, enforce the law on our students. So there's a difference there. It's a minor difference. It should be reviewed. We have social workers that are hired within the district. They're non-mandated. We have social workers that are outside that these taxpayers already pay for. There's some redundancy there. There's a value to it, but it needs to be reviewed. There is some value to having an assistant to the superintendent when you're building a construction project. We understand that you were overburdened. We recognize you might have needed an assistant and some help. We provided that as a board. Once that need no
Mr.
longer
Bradley, that
exists,
position
Mr.
was
Please,
here
not cut me
way
off. I did not
before
cut
any
you off.
building projects. No, because facts don't even exist for you. That position has been here for years. It was an assistant superintendent. It was a curriculum and instruction person. That was actually the position that I started in 2010. So for you to say that it was hired to help me during construction projects is totally inaccurate and totally unfactual. And again,
Actually, the historic records will prove me right again, as I always do. 2008 started the construction project, and that's when you first started. At 2010.
No, it's not. I started in 2010.
And 2008 was the construction project, and 2010 was where you came into play. I understand that.
No, Mr. Bradley.
And if you talk to people in the community when they interviewed you, we understand that that's where the facts come in, and that's where they start getting diluted. But at the same time, it is not a necessary requirement. And an assistant superintendent is one thing, but an assistant to the superintendent, that's a whole nother thing that's not even found in Pennsylvania school code. That's just an extra employee. If we need that person, we should justify that person. If we cannot justify that person to our community as a board sets the budget. Not you guys, you're a lobby to the board. You're the ones that get the money that's collected by the board. The board's the one that decides how much of that money that they can collect, how much they can spend, and where it gets spent, sir. Not the administration. They're the beneficiary. Whereas the board directs the administration to collect data and present data. And I agree, Mr. Rarick's doing a fantastic job. But when we asked him to get extra information for us so we can make an educated and informed decision, as guided by the Auditor General, after the serious amount of noncompliance in the past, it's time we do our job, sir. It's pretty simple. And for someone to negate that as an employee of the government agency that asked for the information, that's inappropriate. I don't know who's stopping him from providing it from us, if you're involved in that leverage or if the board is involved in that leverage, but any individual that's looking at a budget and realizing we're off and we need to save money despite taking a tax increase tells me that we're still overspending. And even though your contracts for the non-professional staff looks like it's going down because of some reductions in staff, we as a board need to make those decisions, not the administration. You can lobby us like any other individual in that community can lobby us to say, hey, we should keep this person or keep that person. But it's our responsibility to let all the voices of the community be heard, not just mine. It doesn't matter what I think of whether or not the police should or should not be still employed within a district. My responsibility, sir, is to make sure we know what those financial differences are and let the people that we serve as a public servant understand the argument on both sides. Both sides. I love that we have some police officers. I also think that we can't afford that luxury and we should have security guards, more of them, so that we don't have students being physically assaulted inside of our
Okay,
district.
Mr. Bradley, I think we're
I'm
done
telling
with
you
your
that we have a
comments
budget
concerning
to
the budget.
we have
Is
a
there any
budget
other
to
comment
discuss,
from any other
and
board
we should
member
have this
concerning the
discussion.
proposed budget?
Mr. Stern,
Is there any other
why are you
comment from
shutting
any
down
other
this?
board member concerning the proposed budget? You
I
guys
have
used
concerns
up
with this
all
proposed
your
budget.
time,
We
sir.
should be protecting the students and saving the
Mr.
community.
Bradley, please stop.
No, you should protect the
Stop.
students and save the
Please
community.
stop.
What, stop what, Larry?
Stop your rhetoric.
It's not rhetoric. It's a conversation. You have
No,
to.
no, I'm not going to stand here and argue with you. There's
You
no
don't need to.
conversation to be
It's
had.
a debate.
You can't talk
It's
civilly.
called
so
deliberation. It's called
have any
deliberation.
comments concerning the budget?
Without the information, you can't
No
have
further
this
comments
discussion.
from
You
me.
need the information, sir. I asked for information. Joy asked for the information. Gail thought the information was valuable. We want the information. And once we have the information, an educated decision can be made. Prior to that, discussion, deliberation, in public, with the public involved, you just have a tyrannical government that's going to shut anybody up that says, hey, wait a second, we had a bunch of injured kids,
I
maybe
don't
we
have
need
a
more
problem
people.
with people speaking about things, but when you continually go over and over and over the same items, Mr. Bradley, it just becomes very numbing.
Well,
and
Larry,
people
you haven't
actually
done
hear
anything
you.
about it. You haven't done anything about it. You had an administration that spent millions of dollars. You had an administration that took stipends. You
Mr.
didn't do
Bradley.
anything about it. You had an administration that failed to protect kids. You didn't do anything about it. You have an administration that's
How do you know we
lobbying
didn't do
for a
anything
budget
about it?
that's over budget. We didn't do anything about it. Our board has a job to do, Larry. You're not doing it. You're sitting there rubber stamping, blindly trusting everything's
Thank
okay.
you for your comment. If no other board member has a comment on the proposed budget, I will move for a
we
roll
don't
call
want to have
vote.
We're having a
Mr.
discussion
Tenio,
on it. I would like the other people to discuss it. I'd like the public to discuss it. Because
You
didn't even let them
cannot
do
get
it.
anybody, nobody,
You didn't
no, we
even
had
let the
an
public
opportunity
discuss it
for
in the
proposed budget discussion
in the
prior to the
finance
meeting.
meeting. You wouldn't let have this discussion. You shut it down.
Mr.
then,
Bradley,
too.
okay, roll call vote, Mr. Tenio, please.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr.
Rubber
Stephen
stamper number
Holland,
2. Rubber stamper number 2.
excuse me, Mr. Stephen Holland,
Thank you very much. Yes.
thank you. Mrs. Gail Mahalik, Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No.
absent. Oh. Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Rubber stamper number 3
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
and 4.
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Richard Belts,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
Nope, but you can take Larry's rubber stamper number 5. Push it through. Don't have a
Mr. Larry
conversation.
Stern.
In order to be legal compliant of PDE and have the.
That's BS, Larry. You have a
Larry,
job to do.
I say
you have
yes.
a job to do, Larry. You're not doing it. You're just going to shove it
5-4,
through.
motion passes.
On to item B, PFM bond restructuring. I need a motion and a second to approve the PFM bond restructuring of 2014 and 2015 A notes to provide a budgetary relief as presented during the April Finance Committee and board meetings. Proceeds of the restructuring are to be placed into a restricted fund balance. I need
So
a
moved,
motion and a
Nathan.
second, please.
Second,
So
Wayne.
moved.
Who was the first on that, please?
That was Nathan.
And second was Wayne, is that correct?
Yes.
I have a first by Mr. Fuller, a second by Mr. Wentz on item B, PFM bond restructuring. Any comments by the board on the restructuring?
I have several.
This is Nathan. I have one also. I discussed this some with Mr. Rarick. It's important to me that
You
this
go
be
first,
set aside
Nathan.
so that it cannot be just consumed as part of the budget. I do believe this is an important part of getting our finances in general back on track and opening the door for our other bonds to be refinanced in the future. It's important that it be done wisely so that we don't get into further trouble with it. And I believe that's the path we're on here. That's my comment.
I think Nathan's a complete liar. I think Nathan and Rita lied because when they needed to negotiate the contracts,
Sure
they didn't
sounded
allow people-
intelligent to call people names.
and it's
Mr.
elegant.
Bradley.
So when they decided to lie, so when they're looking at a budget and it's already unbalanced, they're basically accepting the blind trust rubber stamping of the administration that they're going to go spend more because those lobbyists that are accepting these dollars are looking for more money. And the
Mr.
reality
Bradley,
is the
you don't understand
money
word proposed.
on this contract, on this proposal is more, not less. Most people, when you restructure your debt, you are reducing the amount of interest you are paying and you are lowering your encumbrance. Here we're adding to the encumbrance. Here you're not looking at balancing a budget and reducing what we consume to below what we take in. Here you're looking at adding a buffer by moving minimum payments to the end of these loans, costing upwards of $2 million that can be accomplished just by some standard fiscal financial management, basic asset management, whether it's a roof, whether it's the gym floors, whether it's staffing. All it has to do is basic fiscal management, which this board has not been doing for, according to the Auditor General, a decade. Even when $3 million went out the back door by wire transfer from an improperly informed board, those dollars were not taken off the budget the next year. They were consumed because the budget did not go down after we found out that we had excess dollars. After $14 million was collected. $14 million was collected in excess of what was consumed. This board did not hold those dollars. It instead spent them foolishly like a drunk sailor on a weekend. Wayne Wentz told people to kiss his derriere when it came to conserving money. Larry,
any other comments from any other board member on the restructuring, please?
Here you're looking at financially restructuring debt that's going to cost this community over $2 million
Mr.
minimum.
Bradley, you're speaking in falsities because
No,
that
you're
was
not. It's written
what
right on the
government
contract.
spent on
That's all.
the
Your
show from-
That is
rose-colored
also not
glasses.
correct, Mr.
Your
Bradley.
rose-colored glasses are counting on three things:
Mr.
one, that you don't
Bradley.
spend it, which has not been proven; two, that the rates will go down and your credit rating will go up. Also, risk. You're looking through rose-colored glasses, Larry. You should go with the guarantee. Save the money, improve your credit rating, and then restructure debt when you have availability, because the people that took on this debt were dumb enough to do non-callable bonds until such time that you're years down the road. They acquired debt at an escalating interest rate, high interest rate. Not smart, really not smart. And if you add back in the back end of that QZAB that you think was free with the strings that were attached to it, you're paying a massive interest rate, or massive rate that could be calculated as interest because you didn't get any benefits from it. You are foolish with their money if you're going to go down this path. And whereas I believe you have 5 rubber stampers that are really willing to hock up that community for millions of dollars more to push payments down the road so you don't have the stress of being financially solvent like any private sector business would have the responsibility to do it. You are in the public sector, and if you make this mistake, those people pay. And Larry, you have proven to me for 5 years reviewed by that Auditor General's report that you're not trustworthy. Wayne, you're not trustworthy. Steve, you're not trustworthy. And over the last 9 months, watching Rita and Nathan overspend budgets, they're not trustworthy. So in the end of the day, this should be postponed. I believe you should let the judge decide whether or not the reading of the law that PDE, myself, PSBA, and the rest of the community feels that you're supposed to move the money before you spend it so the people have a right to speak should be applied. And this one right here, borrowing all this extra money, not financially solvent, not financially smart. It just pushes you closer to the edge. That's my professional opinion.
Is there any other board member have an opinion?
Speak now or forever hold your peace, because they're gonna rubber stamp this puppy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You watch. Please speak up. Let the community speak, for Christ's sake.
Mr.
Please.
Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Rubber stamper number 2, yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Richard Belts,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
Nope. Act with fidelity.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Taking the time to understand and study the facts and make a decision accordingly is anything but being a rubber stamper. My vote is yes.
Then why didn't you do that, Nathan? Why
Mr.
didn't you
Larry
do that
Stern.
job?
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
5 yes, 4 no, motion carries.
On to item C, activities funds. I need a motion and a second to approve the enclosed Lehighton area high school and Lehighton area middle school activity funds for 2021, 2 enclosures. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Steve.
Second, Wayne.
I have a first by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Wentz. Any comments on the activities funds?
I have one. The reports that are provided do not allow us to have the proper transparency and verify the accounts, and therefore we should wait until such time that we have all the information that we need to verify, as our director title is responsible to do.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Is there any other comments? Roll call vote on item C. Mr. Pinio, please.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Abstain, lack of information.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern. 7 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention, motion carries.
On to item D, payment of bills. I need a motion and a second to approve the following payment of bills. General fund, debit card, payroll, and food service fund totaling $3,345,011.37. Enclosures are attached. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
moved.
I have a first by Mr. Fuller and a second by Ms. Spinelli. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have one comment.
Still reading the motion, Mr. Bradley. I have a first by Mr. Fuller, a second by Ms. Spinelli to approve the payment of bills. Any comments on by the board? Thank you. Mr. Bradley?
I'll go last. Let someone else speak.
Your floor, sir.
We filed an injunction today to stop this board from spending money that's not within the budget. It appears that within these $3.3 million is monies being spent that's not within the budget. I believe we should postpone this vote and review of this possibly illegal use of school funds outside of our authority until such time that we correct these problems with these rubber stampers, giving a blind trust and allowing the administrative lobbyist to spend money without proper oversight. So I'd like to make a motion to postpone this. Can I please get a second until at least the judge that was assigned to the injunction, which is Judge Surface, gets a chance to review the injunction, which the court secretary said will take place tomorrow. Thank you. Can I get a second on the motion to postpone this until such time that the judge rules on whether or not the board has authority to spend money from the taxpayers that's not been budgeted, in stark contradiction to Section 609 of the Pennsylvania School Code?
I'll second it.
God bless you, Gail. Someone's listening.
Okay, I have a first and by Mr. Bradley, a second by Mrs. Mahalik on tabling the payment of bills. Any comments by the board?
I have a comment. If the judge does indeed decide in Mr. Bradley's favor, there are a lot of months that would be involved if he were to decide in his favor. And this will just be another one. I see no reason to hold back paying bills, payroll, our vendors until something is decided that could actually be dealt with afterwards. So my vote is no.
Why don't we read into the minutes right now, section 609 of the
Mr.
Pennsylvania School Code, so that
Hey, no,
we can actually, hold on a
Bradley,
second.
you had your chance.
I know, but I'm responding back to Rita. I'm responding back to Rita. Why don't we read
No, we're not
section 609?
refuting Mrs.
Why don't we read
comment.
609 and then let her decide when she hears it, whether or not it's right or wrong?
We're not badgering each other.
Why don't you read it first?
I have a question for the entire board and Mr. Filer. Has anyone seen this paperwork that Mr. Bradley is referring to? Because we have not in the district. Mr. Filer, are you aware of anything? Or is this just Mr. Bradley saying this is the process?
I don't know. To be honest, I've checked the docket. There's nothing there, but if you filed at the end of the day, they might not have docketed it yet.
Okay, but other than Mr. Bradley, no one has any information or anything regarding this.
I can provide you with a docket number if you'd like. In exchange for reading 609 into the record.
Again, just for clarification, no one has anything on file that Mr. Bradley's referring to.
I'm emailing it as we speak if you'd like to get a copy of it. But at the same time, I have the docket number. Let's read 609 into the minutes, and then I'll give you the docket number.
No, we're not reading school code into the minutes, Mr. Bradley. Ms. Pertinio has to type too much already from everything that goes on. We can reference that in the conversation, which I'm sure she will in her notes, or her brief notes, brief as possible notes. Is there any other comment from any other board member?
I have one.
You had your comments already, sir.
I am not limited to one.
I'm going to ask if there's any public comment on this, sir.
I understand, but I have one.
Okay,
and
make
I think
your
it'd be
comment.
important. Okay.
You're so polite and don't interrupt.
No problem. No,
please
no
make
problem.
your comment.
I appreciate that. I will take my less than a minute. Section 609, budgeted funds not to be used for any other purposes or exceeded. The amount of funds in any annual estimate by any school district at or before the time of levying the school taxes, which is set apart or appropriated to any particular item of expenditure, shall not be for any other purpose or transferred except by resolution of the Board of School Directors receiving the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the board of the members thereof. No work shall be hired to be done, no materials purchased, and no contracts made by any board of school directors which will cause the sums appropriated to specific purposes in the budget to be exceeded. Thank you. That's my only comment. Next time you ought to listen. And the docket number, since you were so kind to read that into the record, even though the negotiation, I'll be a man of my word and honor my oath, docket number 21-1159. I will email it to Larry, Rita, Nathan, Mr. Rehrig, Mr. Filer. I'll give it to the Mr. Cleaver. I'll send it to the Jared. I believe Jared's in here. I'll give it to Jared. I'll give it, Jason Roeder's in the meeting. I'll give him a copy. And he's one of my favorites. And I'll see if anybody else wants a copy. Just speak up, raise your hand, speak up, and I'll add you to the email. So not only do you get the case filing, you can get the Pennsylvania School Code, and you get all the dockets that were filed, including the proof that we've been doing this wrong for years. And just because we've been doing it wrong, Rita, doesn't mean we shouldn't correct it first. Now that we know, we should definitely correct it. Don't exceed the budget. It's such a simple concept. Don't spend money you don't have. And the fact that you just borrowed a whole bunch of money to cover the fact that you can't control your budget, you guys are scary. Thank you. End of comment.
Cleaver, is there any public comment, please? Again, this is on the tabling of the payment of bills.
Yes, I have. Ms. Bose?
Okay, some of the comments I made in the beginning would eliminate this issue by making sure that we move that the board moves the money prior to spending it. And that's all I have to say. I'm not going to get into the legalities of it because I know how I read it. It seems pretty black and white, but the judge will decide. You guys do what you're going to do.
Okay. Comment regarding the payment of bills?
Actually, tabling of the payment of bills?
Tabling.
You,
the
you have
payment of
other
bills?
people with their hand raised. I
Mr.
see
Bowman?
Mr. Bowman's there, yeah.
Comment on the tabling of bills.
On tabling the bills, are we talking about, you're talking about this motion, right?
Yeah, the tabling, yes, the table of
The
bill.
table of motion. It does need to be tabled at this point. Mr. Cleaver, you publicly acknowledged to me in a school board meeting prior to COVID that you failed to have oversight of the previous business manager. So be it. At this point, the district is in a deficit. And at that point, as a board, collectively, you guys should be fiscally responsible in your spending. And obviously that is not happening here, and that you just continuously to spend money on all the financial and this isn't good to the taxpayers in this community who have always supported it. It was clear on Tuesday, not to talk politics, but it was clear that this board has failed. The majority of the board who has, said, hey, we'll just keep going, has failed. And you should be ashamed of yourself if you vote to allow this, to instead of letting a judge answer the question of whether this is appropriate or not. And it's a tragedy. It's a travesty that this is going on, and the only people that are going to suffer at the end of the day is the student body. That's what's going to happen. The education of my children who are in the school district, and that's why I've pulled both of my children out and put them in the cyber, because you guys can't get it together. You can't make the priority the kids and sometimes look past other things like sports and so forth and pull the money away and say, enough's enough. We have to be fiscally responsible. That's all I have to say.
Would anyone else like a copy of this besides the people that are currently in this email before I send it?
There's no other comments, Mr. Stern?
Roll call vote on tabling the payment of bills. Ms. Patino, please.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Wait. This is the vote not to pay the bills. This is a vote on tabling of the payment of bills, just so for clarity.
Let her go, Larry. What are you stopping her for?
I'm not stopping anyone. I'm just making sure everybody understands, since there's always confusion and contradiction when people are speaking.
So just for clarification, who seconded the motion for tabling?
Yeah.
Gail.
Okay, thank you.
I believe before I did say that my vote was no, and I thought we were talking about something else because, quite frankly, I couldn't hear anything Mr. Bowman was saying. It was very staticky and muted, so I really don't know. I don't know where we are half the time with all this nonsense that goes on. But if you're talking about not paying the bills, I will never vote to not pay the bills. If we get in trouble for that, we'll deal with it later, but we must pay the bills. My answer is no to tabling. And Joy, you can just let yourself go too.
And Rita, the idea though is to table
I didn't
until
talk,
such time.
I'm not talking to you,
actually
and I
are.
don't want to
You see,
hear
you are.
from you.
You don't have
This
that
is
choice.
my vote.
I know, but the problem is the tabling the bills, tabling the bills.
Mr. Wayne wins.
tabling the
No.
bills, tabling the bills
Ms. Joy Beers,
until such time the judge looks at it.
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Table. Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Am I unmuted now, Mr. Cleaver? Thank you.
Mr. Bradley, we can't even hear who's making the
I
vote.
understand, but the motion, if you read the motion, it says until such time that the judge makes a decision. So that tabling the bills until we are legal and lawful is the motion. And of course, I would want to wait until the judge decides whether or not we are legal or not, because it is easy from reading Pennsylvania School Code 609 that we are not. So yes, I'd like to table the bills, and regretfully,
Nathan Poler?
Rita does not have that choice.
My vote is no. I'm not willing to wait until the judge makes a decision because I have a high probability that won't happen tomorrow. And if this was this urgent, perhaps Mr. Bradley could have filed his injunction a day earlier than the judge.
I tried. Wait, Nathan, I appreciate that, but you're
Mr.
foolish.
Stephen Holland,
Because I talked to the
No.
district on Thursday and Friday, and they wouldn't do anything
Mrs.
about
Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
No.
4 yes, 5 no, motion fails.
Now, let's have a comment, Nathan, since I was being cut off during this vote. When you're having a discussion, you're supposed to have it during the debate, not during the vote. You guys are kind of not really following the logic and Robert's
Mr. Bradley,
rules.
you're the one that's
So-
having discussion points when people are voting.
Yeah,
Nobody
I know,
else.
it's a shame, right? Because you guys are doing it during the vote. The reality is,
Oh,
Nathan,
you're
if you
doing it
feel-
during the vote. You're
if you
interrupting
had a
everybody
question-
else's time.
I know, but the vote's over. So if you had the question as to whether or not I tried on Thursday and Friday when I met with Mr. Rerig and spoke to John Frund and Brian Taylor at King's Spry, when we physically talked to Mr. Taylor, and when we physically talked to PDE, Mr. Nathan Fuller, and when we physically talked to other members of the state that looked at this, and also the Auditor General's own office, who said non-compliance with 609 is a no-no. No, don't do it. That's why the injunction was filed, because we did not get a response from anybody until this board meeting. And now we're hearing from Ed Rarick saying, well, he's listening to the solicitor, and the solicitor saying, well, 609 is important, but not nearly as important as the other ones, which say you can move it, but none of them say you can move it after you spent it. It couldn't be spent. You didn't have the legal authority in the first place. Tyranny. If you don't have the legal authority to spend the money, you can't do it. So I'm going to ask right now, during the discussion about paying these bills, whether or not we do or do not have the legal authority to spend money that's not within the budget. And I'm going to listen to these guys bury themselves with their responses. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Fuller and a second by Ms. Spinelli to approve the payment of bills. We've had many discussions. And I
Well,
guess
no,
Mr.
we didn't have a
Bradley-
discussion yet. We had the
Mr. Bradley, could you please
I'm gonna ask the
stop
question.
interrupting?
No, because
I
you're
am
going to try
not
to push
going
a vote. We're going to have the debate before the vote, Larry.
I did not say we were going to. You
You're
continue
having-
to
let's find
interrupt
out.
and
Okay.
disrupt public
As long
meetings,
as
sir.
we're going to have a debate, that's fine. Go ahead.
Say your piece.
No, you said you're going to have a debate and a discussion, deliberation in public.
you-
I love it. Go ahead.
make your point.
Organize that discussion. Make sure everybody gets their sense in, everybody gets their time, everybody gets their back and forth, and then take the vote, Larry. Be a man of character. I'm going to ask the question, under what legal authority does this board exercise the right to take money and authorize our subordinate administration to write checks from accounts that have not been budgeted and will exceed their budgets? Under what lawful authority do we take that action?
Mr. Bradley, you have been given the authority in which we're referring to by Mr. Filer, and you just refused to use it.
No, you
So just
didn't. No,
Because
let
you
him
don't
take it.
agree with the information that you're presented and the responses to your question does not make them wrong or inaccurate. Your view and other people's views are two different things. So again, Mr. Filer has presented the position of how we're able to do it, and Mr. Rarick has also touched on it as well. So that is the authority. Just because you don't like the response doesn't mean it's incorrect.
But, Mr. Whereas I disagree with you. Your statement that they are the authority, they are not. Ed Rarick is not the authority to Pennsylvania School Code, nor is Mr. Filer the solicitor. The board is. We're the one to exercise the authority. So we can ask for their advice. And when I ask for this advice, which is separate from the advice before, we would like to allow Mr. Filer, and hey, if I need to make a motion and a vote to get Mr. Filer to opine on this question, I think that's fine. And if the 5 of them block the opining from our own solicitor, the professional, that's fine. But the question is, under what legal authority does this government board have to authorize payments in excess of a budgeted item?
24 PS Section 6, subsection 687D. The Board of School Directors shall have the power to authorize the transfer of any unencumbered balance or any portion thereof from one class of expenditure or item to another, but such action shall not be taken only during the last 9 months of the year. As identified in the Commonwealth case of Russell versus Greencastle Board of School Directors, the Commonwealth Court held that a school board may, by simple majority vote, transfer and ultimately spend funds budgeted for particular items of expenditures where the school district is of the second, third, or fourth class, the funds are transferred or unencumbered, and the transfer is effected during the last 9 months of the fiscal year. I believe we are in the last 9 months of the fiscal year. We are a school district of the third class. And as long as we are using money that is in the budget and they are voting on it to use it on another purpose, we're following the school code.
Not unless we have a vote to transfer it with 2/3 of the vote of the
You're
members.
reading 609. That's not in section 687.
I know. Well, I'm asking about 609. 609 says we don't have that authority. You need 2/3. You got to transfer it first. And even in Russell, they were only talking about the transfer of money. Of course you can transfer money in the last 9 months. You can use it however you'd like. The reason they block you for the first 3 is so you don't pass a fictitious budget like Larry used to complain about. The reason they have these laws, talk to the legislature, talk to the courts. The reality is, my question was simple. Can you spend this money? The answer is no, you have to transfer it first. And you just read your own case, which I will use tomorrow in front of the judge if you need, because that case is just for whether or not you can transfer it and how you can transfer it. And yes, willy-nilly. Use it or lose it is the concept under these government agencies. We get it. But that's not what's happening here, Mr. Filer. Here you're authorizing to spend money that's in excess of a budgeted item. You need to transfer it first. If we would transfer it first, or if our administration would identify where we're exceeding the budgets, or if we would be an informed board, I would agree. We can do it. We have all the authority in the world. Why not just follow the law? And as Rita would say, we've been breaking it all this time. Why not break it a little more? Yeah. Tell that about the assaults that take place in this school. Tell that about the other things that are happening within this school. We need to follow the law. This board is not above the law. We're public servants. We have an oath of fidelity. Follow the law. And I'd like to hear, and you have not given an answer to my question, by any sense of the imagination, where do we have legal authority to spend money that is not within the budget without first transferring it?
Why is them voting to spend the money, not voting to transfer it?
Because school code has a very specific section of exactly how to transfer money and how to transfer
you're reading
funds.
section 609, which only applies in the first 3 months.
It does not only apply in the first 3 months. It's for all the year. It doesn't say limited to the first 3 months. By no means does it say limited to the first 3 months.
Mr. Stern, can we, again,
Is there any other comment, any other board member concerning payment of bills?
Wait, let him answer. Let
Bradley,
Eric
he
read
has
it
done
and
more than
answer.
answer.
Let him
He
read it
has
and
done
answer.
more than
He
answer.
He wasn't prepared, apparently. He didn't get the emails from Ed. He didn't get the emails from you. He didn't get the emails from Larry. He didn't get the emails from Brian Taylor. Apparently, he's not in the loop. Let the guy get it. Let him read it.
Mr. Bradley,
and answer.
could we please stop with the...
No, let him answer. Let him read it. Take him 5-minute break.
He did read. Mr. Stern, could we please move forward?
You're letting him hang himself. I'm giving him rope. He should have
We
rope.
believe, therefore, that the action of the board in the instant case transferring unencumbered balances during the last 9 months of the fiscal year was authorized by section 687D. 687D and 609 have to be read together, Mr. Bradley.
I have no problem with 687. I got no problem with it. but 609 says you can't do it. And no offense, you just need to
Okay,
transfer.
687 said you can't.
Roll call vote, Mr. Tenio, please.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
What in the world are we voting on?
Pay
Please.
bills, Mr. Wentz.
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Richard Belts,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
Absolutely not.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
5 yes, 4 no, motion carries.
On the item E, reports, I need a motion and a second to approve the following reports as enclosed, 1 through 6. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Nathan.
Second, Wayne.
I have a motion by Mr. Fuller, a second by Mr. Wentz to approve the reports. Any comments from the board on the reports? Hearing none, roll call vote, Mr. Tenio, please, concerning the reports. Thank you.
Ms. Joy Beers,
I'm sorry, my thing must have been muted again, but these reports
I don't think your
show
hand
us-
was raised or you didn't speak out, Mr. Bradley.
Uh,
So, you can do anything you like.
There you go.
can
Thank you.
Try to
Okay.
be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arrogance.
Take the floor.
So basically, again, these reports are admitting that we're not in compliance with Pennsylvania school code. Because, no offense, a lot of the negatives started in October, November, December, right? Some of them started back as early as June. So the reality is, whether it's 3 months or not, Mr. Filer, even giving him that benefit, it's not the case because Section 609 is its own rule. You have reports here that are showing we are not in compliance. This is my evidence to be used against us as one of the board members. Why would you approve these reports? If you do approve them, I appreciate the evidence. I don't really need it because we have it every other month, but you shouldn't be allowing these reports that are showing the non-compliance of Pennsylvania school code and your arrogance to not even acknowledge the idea that maybe Mr. Bradley's right again.
Any other comments from the board? Roll call vote, Mr. Tenio, please, concerning the reports.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
No.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
6 yes, 3 no, motion carries.
On the item F, repository sale, I need a motion and a second to approve the following bid on a property that is in the county's repository for sold properties. Bid of $2,127 on property map number 84P35A12-12. I need a motion and a second, please.
I'll make that motion, Steve.
This is Nathan. I'll second.
I have a motion by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Fuller on item E, or item F. My apologies. Any other comments by the board concerning item F?
What is the address of this property?
Don't have the address of the unsold property, Mrs. Mahalik.
Okay. And what township is it or borough?
The information gets sent to us from the county. We do not have that information.
Why are we buying property?
We're not buying property.
Yeah, this is not for purchase of property. This is for someone to put a bid on it of that amount, and they're recommending that it be approved, and then we approve it. So yeah, the district is not purchasing anything. This property is being sold.
Okay, in that case, I agree with it.
Pardon me, I'm sorry, I overspoke you.
Okay, I I agree with selling it then.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Any other comments?
It is 8:21 p.m.
Hearing none, roll call vote on item F. Ms. Virginio, please.
Mr. Richard Belt,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes,
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
Item G, per capita occupational tax exemptions, motion and a second to approve the enclosed exemptions from per capita and or occupational tax. Need a motion and a second, please.
So
So
moved.
moved, Wayne. Second, Wayne.
I have a first by Mr. Fuller, a second by Mr. Wentz on item G. Any comments on item G? Hearing none, roll call on accepting the exemptions on item G. Ms. Virginio, please.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
yes,
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belt,
Yes.
and Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
On to item H, I need a motion and a second, please, to approve Touchpoint Customer Communications as Lehighton Area School District tax bill printer per the enclosed estimate. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Steve.
The first by Mr. Wentz, the second by Mr. Holland on item H. Any comments on item H?
Did anyone review the tax bill to ensure that we don't have errors in them like last time and wrong hours and the wrong collectors and addresses and everything else? Did anybody on this board review this information? I did not get a chance to see it prior to this release, but are somebody going to provide some oversight so we don't have the errors that happened last year or 2 years
The
ago?
tax collectors will be doing that.
They're gonna verify it before it goes out this time?
That's correct. They're going to verify the proof.
Great improvement. So glad. Thank you.
I have a question. Why are we switching printers? What's prompting this now?
I had a meeting with the tax collectors here at the building, and they had a lot of concerns with using our existing printer because of the issues that we had in the mailing issues as well. They recommended Touchpoint, which was a company we used 2 years ago, and we had a lot of success with. And then so I reached out to them, and in the process was able to save the district some money for the printing costs. So this is at the direction of the tax collectors.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Other comments, please? Hearing roll call vote on item H, please, Mr. Pinion.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
yes,
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belt,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
On to item I, food service transfer. I need a motion and a second to make the following transfer from the general fund to the food service fund as per the reimbursements from the Commonwealth of $116,878.36 for April 2021. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved by Nathan.
Second by Steve.
I have a motion by Mr. Fuller, a second by Mr. Holland on item I. Any further comments? Hearing none, roll call vote on item I from Ms. Pertinio, please.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley, Mr. David Bradley,
I got to be unmuted first. Am I unmuted finally? Thank you. Yes.
Mr.
Mr.
Bradley,
Nathan
no one
Fuller?
has muted you. So again, please stop with the information that is not factual.
Mr. Nathan Fuller, Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes, for me.
and Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
On to item J, I need a motion and a second to approve the enclosed budget transfers to move funds to appropriate functions and or objects in accordance with school code and the state chart of accounts. Closure from the May Finance Committee meeting. Again, I need a motion and a second on item J, please.
So moved.
Nathan, I'll second.
I have a first from Ms. Spinelli, a second from Mr. Fuller on item J. Any discussion on item J?
I obviously have some. I'll go last.
Well, last is first, so go ahead.
This is Nathan. I'm sorry. My only comment is that I appreciate all the work Mr. Rarick has been doing to get things into the proper budget category, and already seeing so much improvement in how our reports read. And I think that will only continue to improve going forward, in addition to all the forecasting and budgeting that we're able to do. So I appreciate his hard work and attention to detail with these matters.
Any other comments from the board?
I have one. Anybody else want to jump in front?
I don't know. Someone's not on mute, Mr. Bradley. You may proceed. Mr. Bradley, go ahead.
Hey, am I there now? Great. Okay. So, Mr. Rarick, how many of these funds were exceeding the budget between the months of July, August, and September of last year, the first 3 months of this fiscal year?
I didn't look for that data, Mr. Bradley.
How come?
What we spent in July, August, and September?
In excess of our budgets, yes. I mean, if it's a lawfully compliant responsibility to make sure that we don't overspend those budget items in the first 3 months, did we review any of these transfers to find out whether or not we were exceeding budgets in the first 3 months of the year? It seems
Mr.
like
Bradley, 10 minutes ago, you said that if we were overspending in the budget, we should come to the board with transfers. That's exactly what this is. It's nothing more, nothing less.
Actually, my statement was, prior to spending money, you most definitely, as a employee of the district that has a responsibility to comply with the law, should definitely say, I'm not going to take an unlawful order. I want you, the board, to protect me, an employee, and make sure that I have the authority to spend this money, because it appears that you got to move the money first. But my question was separate from that. My question was, of these transfers to fix this problem that dates back, and the Auditor General's report shows it's been going on for years and admonished us for it. The question is, were any of these reports or funds being used in the first 3 months, which we all know is not within compliance of the school code?
I'm sure there was, Mr. Bradley, because as you, as well as the board knows, there were some budget captions just not even budgeted.
Thank you. So we know that this is illegal. We know that we're putting the baby back in the bathwater. We know that this is wrong. And we're trying to cover up the illegal activities of this government agency by transferring all these funds back and forth, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, in absence of public view, to cover up illegal activities, alleged and proven at the same time, and shown and admonished by the Auditor General. And yet, this board just goes along and rubber stamps and does it anyway. Can we please postpone this until such time that we actually review and correct these mistakes so that we can, in my opinion, apologize to the community and then seek the resignation of these directors that failed to act with fidelity? I think that this is an abomination to the responsibility of a director to verify, trust, test, and verify the collection and disbursement of every dollar of this community. They're hurting out there. COVID poked a fork in many of the people in the community, restaurants and businesses across the board. They didn't have a government agency to just take more and give people payment for not even showing up, or whether they showed up or not, or whether they needed to take 2 weeks off to isolate themselves and protect our students. I love that we did it. It was great that we did it. But the reality is we got to protect those community members just as much as we need to protect our staff. So can we please, I'll make a motion. Can I please postpone this until such time that our wonderful, fantastic, stellar business manager, Mr. Ed Rarick, can actually give a professional and formal proposal to the board showing this board the errors of its ways so that they can be corrected and never applied again. I mean, after we called in that Auditor General to clean this thing up, we were supposed to listen to them. And instead, this board arrogantly continues down a path of irresponsibility, including borrowing more money to make up for past sins. It's insanity to watch what's going on. So actually, I'll make a motion to postpone the approval of these transfers until such time, A, we hear from the judge, B, we get Mr. Rarick to review the compliance of what was taking place. And I can look at the July 2020, and yes, most definitely we have negative numbers in consumption, and it was wrong. So can I get a second on that motion, please?
I'll second it.
Why, thank you, Gail. God bless you. I think it's wonderful that we have moral people on the board that understand that it is this government that needs to be held accountable. This board of directors has a responsibility to oversee their administration to make sure that our administration doesn't help us break the law. I would love to see that too. I want to thank you for that section.
Malik on tabling these budget transfers that were drafted to make sure we are in compliance. Is there any comments from any members of the board concerning the budget transfers? Item J, the postponement of the budget transfers. Thank you.
Mr. Eric, I would just like to ask, does anything change if we do postpone this until you tell us which ones were done earlier?
No.
Or which ones were done prior to having a board vote to transfer them?
I don't know that there was any transfers on the board until I got here, so I would probably have to go out there and say, yes, there's been no transfers until after January.
I agree. I think that this board should have transferred things first, Rita.
Just for clarification, our yearly auditors, I don't know, Mr. Rarick, I know you went through the audits. I don't see where they, for this type of budgetary transfers, how we do journal entries and those type of things. I believe the district has never been, it has never been brought to the district's attention that what we did prior was done against any type of school code. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's not correct. Sorry. Look at the Mealy report. It physically identifies areas where this district was deficient. If you read those Mealy reports, it describes it and it tells us
Mr.
don't
Bradley,
do it
I'm
anymore.
talking about any type of finding that said the way transfers were being done with a finding within an audit.
Spending ahead of the budget, spending money in
Mr.
arrears
Bradley,
is wrong. You
again,
can't do it. It talks
would
about
you
that.
just understand and listen for once? What I'm saying is any of the audit reports, was there a finding that anything dealing with budget transfers, not overspending, not the Auditor General report, our yearly audit reports that do our audits to see if there was anything that we were not in compliance with as a finding that came from any of those reports as far as budget transfers. That was the only thing I was asking. So please don't twist my words and try and make it in your Bradleyisms.
Well,
That
did you
was
read
the
the
only
did you read the
question
Mallory report?
I was asking.
Pull up the
Thank
Mallory
you.
report. You can read it yourself. You're
So
the
again,
superintendent. Why would you ask him? He's only been
I'm
here 6 months.
asking about any type of findings, just for
Yes,
to make sure
read
that I
them.
was understanding it as well.
Page
Thank
2.
you, Mr. Bradley.
Page 2. Page 2. You can
Mr.
read it.
Bradley, all I was
Why
asking
don't you share
about
it?
was
Put
a
it on the
finding.
screen. If you think I'm wrong, put it on the screen.
Again,
Put it on the screen.
For any other comment from any board member on tabling the budget transfers? How about the attendees, Mr. Cleaver, on tabling the budget transfers?
yes, tabling. Mr. Bowman, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Cleaver.
Okay, thank you.
Did anyone in this administration, did anyone actually read the Auditor General's report? I'm being serious here because like it's pretty clear as to what I don't know. I guess maybe the Auditor General has to come back and like come with a second report and spell this out on kindergarten level as to what those deficiencies were. I mean, whether you do a transfer or whether you're over budget and there's overspending, that reflects back on the transfer. So you're over budget no matter what. So you're still in violation, and anyone who votes against that, you're still in violation. Well, I think at this point, it's going to constitute some criminal action at this point. I don't understand why this is so complicated. I mean, it was the Auditor General. Who cares what your accountant said when they did an audit? It's what the Auditor General says. He has the authority. And I mean, at this point, at this rate of what is going on, what's going to occur here is there's going to be a custodian appointed over this school district to handle the day-to-day affairs, and to this school district is out of a budget deficit, or this school district is going to end up in a bankruptcy. And again, a custodian is going to be appointed to the day-to-day operations, just like Harrisburg School District. And again, at the end of the day, what this affects, at the end of the day, you keep digging a hole and digging a hole, and it gets deeper and deeper because you want to spend and spend. And at the end of the day, what is going to happen is this school district is going to end up in bankruptcy. And the only people who are going to be affected is the student body and the administration. And there's going to be cuts all over the creation. So why don't you stop the spending now? Use a little common sense. Stop it now. Be fiscally responsible as board members and say, no, we're not spending any more money. We're going to stop here. We're going to have to reevaluate this. Yes, we're going to have to make additional cuts. Yes, it is horrible that some people may lose their jobs, and no one wants that. But this has gone on for years. And this really isn't, this has gone on long before even Mr. Cleaver was in position and this board was in position. It's just something that you guys have to deal with now and have to be fiscally responsible. You have a fiscal responsibility to this, to the students, to the administration, to the public, to the taxpayers. I don't understand why this is so complicated and making this a thing of, we don't care what the Auditor General says. The Auditor General came in there and he literally, and I will agree with Mr. Bradley, and I don't always agree with Mr. Bradley, but he spanked you. Like he slapped you on the hand pretty hard. I don't understand why this is complicated. Stop making this so complicated. You're digging a hole that you guys are not going to be able to get out of, and you're hurting the taxpayers, and more importantly, at the end of the day, the student body. That is all I have to say.
Ms. Bose, can you hear us?
Yeah, please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of the yearly audits is the auditors are looking for compliance with the spending of state and federal funds that are given. Is that correct?
They look over everything when they come in, not just anything we would get state and federal. They look at all sorts of different information, not just state and federal, any type of, state, federal, or local. So they pretty much do a blanket oversee just to make sure that we're in compliance, and they'll pick different items, different line items to make sure things were properly done. And in the past, most of the corrections were done by journal entries, but now we're actually looking at, bringing the information to the board as more of a budgetary transfer process.
Okay, well, it should have been done as budgetary transfer all along. But anyway, if that was actually the case, I don't understand why the first NEF contract for cyber learning, which was 1.7 million, did not get caught. One would have thought that would have gotten caught since it was never put before the board, etc. And it was from the QZAB. I would have thought that that would have been caught.
Yeah, I can't speak for them, but that was not brought to the board's attention.
A lot of the findings in the Auditor General's report, Barb, were not found by our local auditor or our individual yearly auditor, including the governance issues that were found, these budget issues that were found.
My understanding is they don't look at that.
No, they don't. They really are looking for instance, it's really commonplace for an auditor to decide, well, this is a gas expense, so therefore it goes in the gas code for the reimbursement of gas expense. It's the board's responsibility to decide whether or not that reimbursement for those gas miles and or gas expense was actually applied to a service to the district. So whereas the auditor will say, yes, that $1,000 that someone spent on gasoline on Saturday goes to gasoline expense, it would be the board that would question, why did we spend $1,000 on a Saturday to buy gasoline? So two different things, right? So and that's an analogy.
My personal opinion is the only reason it was caught when it was by the new auditors was because it was written off. And it was a federal QZAB. The expensive, I think it was 1.68 million, was written off.
Well, we also talked to the new auditors after we hired them, Barb. I spoke with them myself and explained some of the reasons we brought in the Auditor General, and that's also why they were able to see more things than they would have looked at originally, or that our past auditors looked at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No other comment, Mr. Stern?
Okay, I need a roll call vote on tabling of budget transfers. Mr. Tenio, please. And again, this isn't to spend any more money. It's just to make sure that money is being allocated in the proper position.
If you're going to add that 2 bits in, Larry, it's also postponing it until such time that the board gets full information so they can make an informed decision as to what transfer is being made, why, and why did these budgets originally go under during the year, so that this upcoming budget year, we can actually budget it properly, because we're not just going to rubber stamp what took place last time and that water's under the dam. We're going to look at it and say, we went over here. Maybe we should put more money in that budget this year and less somewhere else. And before you just go back to those taxpayers to fund all your mistakes, errors, and omissions, that you actually have some foresight, apply the law, act with fidelity, and provide the public with the public servants that they elected. That's the real crux of this, Larry.
Roll call vote, Mr. Tenio, please.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
I want to table.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
6 p.m.
I'm going to vote no to table because everybody's talking as if we overspent. What we did was the money was approved in the budget when the budget was approved. It was in the wrong code. We're voting to put it to the right place. So when we voted for the budget, the total budget money, the entire 42, 41, 43 million, whatever it was at that particular time, was approved. It was just in the wrong place. And now we're just trying to get it somewhere where it makes more sense and where it belongs. So I am going to vote no on the table, and that's my rationale.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
No.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes, table.
Mr. David Bradley.
Yeah, yes, table. And to Rita's comment, oh, Rita. Oh, Rita. Each budgeted item is responsible to being maintained, Rita. That's how the budget works.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
No.
Mr. Larry Stern.
No to table.
4 yes, 5 no. Motion fails.
Back to item J. Is there any further comment on item J to approve the budget transfers? Roll call vote to approve the budget transfers, item J. Ms. Perkinio, please.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, we should review it first.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
6 yes, 3 no, motion carries.
No, item A, need a motion and a second to approve and accept the Lehighton Area School District safety and security funding to support the COVID-19 agreement between the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania through the Pennsylvania Department of Education and the Lehighton Area School District for the 2021 school year. Total grant is $69,777 and closure. Need a motion and a second, please, to approve this grant.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Rita.
First by Mr. Wentz, the second by Mr. Holland. Any questions on item K from the board, please?
I have one.
Go ahead, Mr. Bradley.
How did we get this $69,000 grant? Who applied for it, or was it an automatic?
It's part of the item. We also do have to put in for it that how you would spend the money. So we
Right.
put in for the award to the PCD, Pennsylvania Crime and Delinquency group, to apply for the grant. So the awards are allocated for the district, but you still have to, put in for them. Same with the ESSERs. When we get allocated the funds for the ESSERs money, we still have to apply for them. Even though it's allocated for the district, you don't receive the funds until you actually, put in for the grant.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Quick question. Who in our district applies for these grants?
We have two individuals that are currently doing them. Mr. Tack would be the one who puts in for those grants, and then Ms. Karpowitz is the one who works directly with the business office to make sure all the payment and the submissions and everything is handled correctly. So Ms. Karpowitz is the one who puts all the information into our system to make sure everything is accounted for and properly allocated. And Mr. Tack is the one who puts in and applies for the grants.
Thank you very much for that information.
Okay, roll call vote on item K, Mr. Tenio, please.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
yes,
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
yes,
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
Item L, Nutrition Group Annual Review. Need a motion and a second to approve the annual review for year three of the 4-year contract from the Nutrition Group for food services provided to the district with enclosures. Need a motion and a second, please.
I'll make that motion. Steve?
This is Nathan. I'll second.
I have a first by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Fuller on approving the annual review. Any questions, please? Okay, hearing none, we'll call for a roll call vote on the approval of the annual review.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
yes,
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes,
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
On to item M, Shine Summer Extension. Need a motion and a second to approve the revised sponsor agreement between the Lehigh Carbon Community College Shine After School Program and the Lehighton Area School District for October 1, 2020 through September 31, 2021. And the memorandum of understanding for food service provided by Lehighton Area School District for the Carbon Schuylkill County Shine After School Program administered by Lehigh Carbon Community College with enclosures. I need a motion and a second, please, for the Shine Summer Extension.
So moved, Wayne.
second, Steve.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz and a second by Mr. Holland on the Shine Summer Extension. Comments from the board, please.
I'll make one. I think they do a fantastic program. They do a great job, and I commend them. Thank you.
Bradley, any further comment? Hearing none, I will go for a roll call vote on item M, please.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes,
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
yes,
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
On to item M, item N, PSBA membership renewal. I need a motion and a second to approve all access membership package for the PSBA membership renewal for the 2021-2022 school year in the amount of $13,020.12 with the 2 enclosures. Motion
So
and
moved.
Second, Wayne.
first by Mrs. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Wentz. Comments by board on item N, please.
I find the PSBA to do a disservice. They're an independent lobby to government agencies. Many districts across the state are seriously contemplating reapplying to this particular organization because of their lobbyist activities and failure to provide guidance and oversight, specifically helping boards like yourselves as volunteers to morally, ethically act with fidelity for the community to which they serve, and instead entrench the existence of a blind trust majority that rubber stamp the very administration that this board was elected to oversee. And I believe that we should not continue our relationship with the Pennsylvania School Board Association because of those reasons. Not to mention, they are slappers. They literally have entered into slap litigation, strategic lawsuits against public participation, which is a disservice to the community, a disservice to the state, and immoral.
Mr. Bradley, can I ask who these school districts are that are, I mean, you've mentioned this for several years now, and I don't know of any districts that have pulled out. So if you have a list of those, if you could please just give them to us.
Aren't you our PSBA liaison?
I am, but everybody I
asked?
talk to, Mr. Bradley, is in PSBA.
Yeah, I know,
So
because
you
they're in the same
seem
room.
to think that
So how many members do they
everybody-
have? By their own website, how many of the 500 districts are theirs?
Not all 500,
Thank
but
you. So therefore,
close
there's
to
someone-
it.
Rita, you don't even apply your own logic. Come on. How hard would it be for you as PSBA member to go to the PSBA and say, hey, can you give me a list of all the districts that don't have PSBA membership?
It would be very easy, and I could
why don't you do it?
probably find it.
Why don't you do it?
Because I don't use statistics to please you. I speak with these people every week. Other school board members, not David Bradley and not PSBA, other school board members. And all I'm asking from you is, do you know any of the districts that don't participate? That's what I'm asking, because you keep telling us that they're contemplating, but I don't know anybody who actually did it. So if you do, please be so kind, Mr. Bradley, act with fidelity and give me some names.
Sure, Rita. The first name you're going to use is you're going to call up Mr. Levin at the Pennsylvania School Board Association and say, give me a list of every member of this district. And then you're going to take
So in other words, you have none.
I have them. Oh, I have them, Rita.
Okay, I understand. You don't have it. I get it, Mr. Bradley. You have no
You're lying to
information
yourself.
to back up what you
You're
say.
lying to
I get
yourself.
it. There's no reason to continue this conversation.
I know, but
I'm done with my
you
comment.
admitted to yourself that you know that
Mr.
they don't have
Bradley,
100%.
you could send that along with the injunction you said you were going to share and forward to the email to the board, which no one has received yet.
No one has received it yet? Oh, I'll make sure I send it right away, Mr. Cleaver. I definitely take orders from you. Listen,
Any other
Rita,
comments
you're a
from board
mess.
members?
You've admitted to yourself that there's someone. You can't find them. You don't care. You have your blinders on. You're like that horse that walks the cart.
Any other
And the
comments from a
administration's the
board
one with the
member
whip
on the PSBA
pushing at you
issue not
while you
been
leave
granted
your
another
blinders
remedy?
on. I was talking. I'm giving an analogy.
No, you are,
Let's
no,
look at
you're not
Rita.
talking. You're
Let's look at horse
denigrating another
Rita.
and badgering
Unfortunately,
another
Mr.
board
Bradley,
member.
that is
Pulling
your
the
offense
administration's
when you're
cart
caught-
as
when
they
you're
whip
caught
her into
with not
shape
facts.
with
We
her
just-
blinders on.
That is your defense. Thank you.
That with her blinders on, walking
Roll
that cart,
call vote on item
pulling
N.
Larry's
Mr.
wife
Pino,
and all
please.
the other members of the administration. And
Mr.
she gets
Wainwright.
raped with his blinders on, pulling that horse,
Mr.
making
Wayne
sure
Wentz,
that those people get paid.
Mr.
Yes,
Wayne
would-
Wentz,
Yes, would somebody give him a tissue, please?
Ms. Joy Beers,
No,
Mr. Richard Belts,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, and I hope come November, this is the first thing they get rid of.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
5 yes, 4 no, motion carries.
On the item O, Acadian Data Management, I need a motion and a second to approve the Acadian Data Management Agreement for the 2021-22 school year at a cost not to exceed $810, funded through the Dyslexia Pilot Program with enclosures. Again, motion and a second, please.
This is Nathan. So moved.
Wayne, second.
An item, motion by Mr. Fuller, a second by Mr. Wentz on item O. Any comments on item O? Seeing none, roll call vote on item O, please, Mr. Pinion.
Ms. Joy Beers,
yes,
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
On to item E, Shop Specialties Incorporated Machinery Maintenance. Need a motion and a second to approve the Shop Specialties Incorporated to visit the high school metal and wood shop and provide services as listed in the agreement at a cost of $1,420 per shop, plus any cost of additional parts as required, beginning July 1st, 2021 until June 30th, 2022. Enclosures. I need a motion and a second on item P, please.
So moved, trustee.
This is Nathan. I'll second.
I have a first by Mr. Belt, a second by Mr. Fuller on item P. Any discussion on item P by the board? Hearing none, roll call vote, Ms. Bertino, please, on item P.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes, yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
On to item Q, middle school football stadium transformer. We need a motion and a second to approve the purchase and installation of a new transformer at the middle school football stadium by the Lehighton Borough. An estimated price of $13,560 for the transformer, plus labor and equipment, crane rental, and permit fees for an additional cost at an estimation of $7,456, which is an estimated total amount of $21,016 upon recommendation from the Buildings and Grounds Committee. Need a motion and a second on item Q.
I'll make that motion, Steve.
Second, Wayne.
I have a motion by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Wentz. Questions on item Q?
Where is this within our budget? And number two, did anyone try to negotiate with the Lehighton Electric Company that we pay such an exorbitant rate to cover some of, if not all of the cost of this device as our electric supplier for a stadium? Let me try.
Yeah.
Did anyone ask Lehighton Electric?
Mr. Bradley, you have the information in front of you, the responses we got from Lehighton Electric. You actually have the email, so you could see there what they came back with. We did also have an outside group look to see if there was any alternatives based upon the information we got from the borough, and the electrician that we had look at this did agree with the borough's recommendation that this would be the direction to go to address this issue. But as far as any type of rate or any type of negotiation, we ask it to be covered, and they give us the information, and this is the information we received from the borough.
So why is this Lehighton Borough transfer not part of our board packet?
I'm sorry, Mr. Bradley, I didn't hear you that.
Where in the board packet is this Lehighton Borough transfer in the on the website? It apparently, along with some others, were not added to the board packet on the download.
I'm not aware if it should be all the board members should have that information in their packets.
Is there anyone else on this board that downloaded all the board docs and saw this and the All-American Athletics proposal or any of the other ones on the board document?
Mr. Bradley, they're all in the packets that you received Friday.
I'm asking the question on the download. Did anyone download the board packet?
Yes, Mr. Bradley, I downloaded the board packet, and I do have the documents for the transformer replacement.
What was it listed as for you? Was it listed as Lehighton Borough Transformer.pdf?
Yes.
I'm pulling it up now under board packet. See if I can find it. I don't see it. Where did you find that, Nathan? I'm physically signed in now.
I believe I got it just from a link that was in the
Click
agenda.
on the link, yes.
When I viewed the agenda online, I just clicked on the link.
I'm looking at the board packet. It was not added to the board packet. It's only on the link on the agenda. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just telling you how I downloaded it. It was from the link in the agenda.
It is 9:07 p.m.
Yeah, it doesn't look at all that we negotiated properly with the Lehighton, our supplier, that we spent tens of thousands of dollars with for a transformer for a football stadium at the middle school. And I think we should go down that path before you decide to spend this money. And it doesn't show where this money's coming from other than the Buildings and Grounds Committee, what line item code and everything else. And is there money currently in this account prior to spending this money? Can we get those two answers, or answers to those two questions from our either committee members or administration, so we can act with fidelity on this? And your technique worked, Nathan. Thank you. Appreciate that.
There is currently money in this year's budget that would cover this expense, which we discussed during the Building and Grounds Committee meeting when this was first brought up. However, due to the timing of it, it's going to fall into next year, so it would fall under repairs and maintenance under Building and Grounds.
Are we going to keep this year's leftover budget and transfer it forward? Or are we going to transfer that leftover money somewhere else so it can be used somewhere else and just consume it?
You can't transfer money forward.
I understand that. You can leave it in the general fund or move it back to the general fund. So is that part of the budget transfers, the fact that there was leftover money in this year's budget for this, but since it's going to fall in next year, that you're going to consume it as part of those transfers? That's what it sounds like to me.
No, this year isn't over yet, so we don't know what money we're going to have left.
And if there's money left, where will that move to? Will it be used to pay off debt? I mean, if I have extra money in my pocket at the end of the day, I might have used it to pay off my mortgage. I might have used it to pay off a car loan. Or if I had a credit card, maybe a credit card loan. So when you have leftover money, you use it typically to pay off debt. And then, like you said, you don't push it forward. That would be irresponsible, like was written up in our last audit report when we tried to pay things in advance. So the question becomes, is this physically in next year's budget? Was it in this year's budget? And what are you doing with the money that was left over in this year's budget for this item? And since we have time until next year, I think we should negotiate with the Lehighton Borough, who we pay tens of thousands of dollars to, about this expense for our beautiful stadium that we buy lights from every time we turn them on and use this transformer. Without it, we'd have to not use stadium lights, which means they don't get paid, and we'd have to have day games, which would not be fun. Friday night lights is a vital importance to this community.
They don't have night games there.
This is for the middle
Do
school,
they?
Mr. Bradley. You're at the wrong stadium.
Middle school stadium, right? The old stadium, the one that only cost a couple $100,000 to fix. Not the new $6.5 million stadium.
Friday nights, again, you're finding out that you were being corrected. But yes, this is the middle school stadium, not the multi-purpose stadium. Just to
I
clarify.
understand. It says right in it, middle school stadium, right?
Yes.
Don't we have Friday night games at that point?
No, we do not.
No scheduled games. When are we using these lights at the middle school stadium?
It's not only the lights, it's also all the electric there as well, and for water supply as well.
Okay. So once again, all consuming electricity when this
Water
thing's there.
supply, with municipal water, you don't need
There is a well at that stadium.
a well.
Yes.
Why would you have a well there when you have city water?
Was not here when they built it. I'm not sure.
the well is used and we have permission from the borough to use the well or from the water authority for watering purposes, since it is a natural grass facility, and not to use the treated water for watering the field. To remember, that field was in existence since 1950 or before. You know, and then of course, the only way you had water then was to have a well, and that well is still sufficient to do watering purposes to maintain the grass surface.
But everyone in the community doesn't have that option? They have to use the treated water, Larry? We're special?
Correct.
Does anyone on our board have a relationship with the water department over at Lehighton that allows us to say so special?
That is a grandfathered condition, Mr. Bradley. And no, we don't have, I don't have any relationships with the water authority.
Does anyone in our district have relationships with the electric department that we spend so much money with that maybe we could use some guidance here and ask this electric company that we pay such a high rate for? I mean, really high rate. That, I mean, basically we could actually look at this big picture wise, like a business would, and recognize that if we bought a combined heat and power, gas powered generator to provide all the electricity to our entire facility and sell the excess back to Lehighton Power or to PP&L or to whoever would like to buy it from us, we could actually maintain our current electric production with piped in natural gas, which is really cheap, and sell back any excess power, which we don't really need, just have the slight surplus.
I believe that might be a conversation that you'd want to
that's a
take up with Borough Council.
fantastic financial capital expenditure that would pay back itself in just years comparison to paying this extraordinarily high Lehighton Borough.
Bradley, I don't think there's conditions where the Lehighton Borough will accept the local generated power back into their grid.
Okay, well then, no problem. We spend so much just upon the Lehighton Borough that we could still just produce our
I
own.
agree with you. I know
We
pay
could
too
produce
much.
our
Like,
own,
what
Larry,
are you gonna do?
and still have money left over
Okay, so
with
now we're
natural
completely
gas.
off topic.
No, we're not off
Any more
topic. We're
comments
talking
on the
about negotiating.
transformer?
Boy, Larry, why are you so loud, arrogant, and mean? Why are you so mean to me? I'm just giving you logic. You actually sound like you were agreeing with me. But you know what? You don't use your money wisely. You don't
how
think
you
it through.
treat everyone with
Yeah,
the
because
Anyway.
it's insulting to watch
Any
you
other
break the
comments on item
law.
2?
It's insulting to watch you break the law and not use common sense. You're
Roll
supposed
call
to be
vote,
acting for these
continue,
people.
please, on item Q.
Why don't we review those other things first? And did we get an answer? Are we going to let we got
Ms.
time.
Rita Fuller,
Why not let the buildings and grounds negotiate with
Yes.
Lehighton Borough?
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No,
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes, and I think if anyone wants to deal with the borough, perhaps Mr. Bradley, you should take that cause up.
I agree. Why don't we make a motion to authorize Mr. Bradley's ability to act as an individual board member on behalf of the board to negotiate with the Lehighton Borough our current electric
we get
rates,
through this
our current,
particular
hold on,
item,
our
please?
current electric rates, and the ability for us to sell back the extra power that we have in the event that we use a CHP so that they can sell it to their neighbors and make money off of it. I think it's a win-win.
They will
Mr.
not
Wayne
buy power
Wins,
back. I've already spoken to him about it.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's you, Ed. I'm a little better at it. Thanks, though.
Yes, yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belks,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, we should get information first.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
6 yes,
I
3 no.
have a
Motion carries.
question though. Is it practice to charge people for a transformer? I mean, does
Yes,
PP&L
that is
charge
the borough does charge for their transformers. So the projects, all the building projects that we did, we had to purchase that from the borough. They would get the information from the engineers and then they would go and price it, and then they would be responsible for that, and we would pay for that, and then also the install for them, their manpower to install it.
But Gail, you are correct. In a normal situation, like transformers at normal commercial buildings and things, the power generation company historically, unless you have the reason for buying that specific transformer. The power supplier is the one that's funding your transformers, like all the ones you see on the poles as you drive down the highway. Maybe
We've
going
had
to
them
480 or
placed in
240.
front of our house and we've never had to pay.
Nah, yeah, you're not the one paying. Of course you're not. You're just the one buying the electricity. You know, you're not paying for their transmission and distribution infrastructure. Of course you wouldn't be. But that's also the ability of how we negotiate. Like, I wouldn't let Rita negotiate that one. I wouldn't let Nathan negotiate that one. You know, not like a union contract or something. I'd let a professional do it. And if we were going to do it, we should
Okay,
definitely have
on
a
item
conversation with
R,
professionals. do it.
All-American Athletics. I need a motion and a second to approve the proposal for the annual gym floor resurfacing for the high school, middle school, and elementary center from All-American Athletics as recommended by the athletic committee at a total cost of $13,050 payable from the 2021 athletic budget. Enclosure. And I need a motion and a second for item R. Thank you.
But before we go down that path, I think we should have a discussion in relationship to what happened at the athletic committee meeting and the ability for this thing to even be on the agenda. Can we have a little sidebar here and have that discussion first? Because I believe this board and that committee was lied to. All-American Athletics was never a vendor of our organization in the past, and it was stated that it was. It was stated that this gentleman has done a good job for us, where in the past it was shown by emails from our own Kyle Spots that we had trouble with the work that was performed by this person, which is in stark contradiction to what was said before. And whereas this was a higher than lowest budget, it's still showing up on our agenda, even though the proposals were lower from satisfactory suppliers that even you, Larry, got lied to. Aren't you going to hold anyone accountable and then say, wait a second, what's going on? Why are these guys still on here? And you also have apples and oranges. I mean, here you have different proposals than the other guys. I mean, you didn't even host a real quote. And the timing of these quotes, they all had different opening dates. I mean, you didn't even hold a legitimate quote procedure.
Larry, excuse me, he has no clue what he's talking about.
Absolutely, I do. Not only do I have records and documents, Wayne,
no, you
I
don't.
gave them to you, and you can have the references. Did you check any of these references? I called the references. I'm going to read them to you in the record.
You're talking about resurfacing gym floors. This is not resurfacing gym floors.
This is recoding, sir. Recoding.
No.
No, what? Use a full sentence, Wayne. You're struggling here. The scope of this work is the recoding of the gym floors. Owner to remove all tape prior to performing the work. Complete inspection of wood floors. Clean the floors with Tac cleaner prior to screening the floor. Screen prep the floors. Right? Minor touch-ups. Clean the floors and apply the finish. And this bid is higher than, or this quote is higher than the other competitors that were satisfactory bidders. And this guy never did work before, and Kyle said that he did. And this guy, Trageser, did work as an employee for one of our old vendors that apparently Kyle didn't like. And I believe, and we can check the record on this, isn't this the same guy that was arrested for transferring or having the district apply checks to an organization that he had that was separate and independent from the contract for which he was working as an employee?
Caution the board.
I definitely will caution it, but we have facts here, Mr. Filer. We have
That's
it written
fine.
from the Attorney
If you
General.
can back it up, you can
I can back it up.
I just
I'll
want
back
to
it up.
have-
So John Trageser, who's signing this contract, was arrested for allegedly having two districts send checks for contracts for which he was an employee to other organizations. Now, granted, the district should be held accountable for some of those actions. However, the Attorney General pointed the finger only at John Trageser because it happened in 2 different districts. You're getting snowed. You're getting snowed. This guy worked for S&S Flooring. S&S Flooring had a trouble when they applied our floors. Kyle knows it. He wrote emails. If he's on the board, let him show up. Let him correct his mistakes, lies, whatever you want to call them. After S&S did our first floors, we hired J&J. They came in. They did the floor. Kyle wasn't happy. J&J came back and said, look, it's not my problem. It's still the problem of the floor underneath. He proved it to Kyle, who accepted the proof and said, you're right, and paid J&J for the work that they performed and thanked them for coming back and explaining and showing the problem. Then, after S&S fired this guy, John Trageser, for diverting money from S&S by the school districts that they were working for, according to the auditor or attorney general, he moves over to this American Athletics. We're pretending that they did work for us before. They did not. He worked as an employee for us before. Now he's working here. He's higher than J&J, who Kyle said did a great job and even came back. So I pulled the references of All-American, and these references read like, oh, they did a great job. Yeah, they kind of did this wrong and that wrong and this wrong. But, they came back and, yeah, they did the wrong floor when they came to our school, but we were going to do that one again anyway, so we just paid them. Yeah, this is the mess of the references that they provided. It sounds like this board doesn't do our due diligence prior to reviewing contracts, and we got spanked by the Auditor General for doing exactly that. This blind trust rubber stamping of committees where they don't do the research, they don't bother taking a look at it. And you got Unky Wayne there saying, oh, I think great idea, you used them before. He never checked, we never did. He's not on our vendor list. Do the job, man. We have a responsibility to do the job. Now, anybody can do a Google search, look up John Trageser, Attorney General. Right? Diversion of funds, fraud, whatever they ended up charging them with. You have to look at for yourself. Look up All-American. See if they were a vendor of ours. Pull up any of the accounts that we ever had. Ask Kyle. Ask Ed Rarick. Are they a current vendor? And when was the last time they did work? And what was their work history of All-American Athletics? Go listen to the athletic committee where Kyle tells Larry that this guy did work for us before. This vendor did work for us before. And Larry said, okay. And then recommends it to the board. It shows up here. And you're paying more than you need to do a job. You're paying it to people that never worked here before, whereas we have experienced people. If you call their references, you don't find them as being stellar. You find them as being a little aloof. And then you also have an individual morality issue with possibly reducing and mitigating the risk of picking a higher bidder that's already under. I mean, what happens if the Attorney General decides to call in the court case during this COVID period? Now that COVID's almost over, and then we don't even have a vendor, and it's summertime and we need to get these things done. Did anybody review any of these things? Anybody can deflate any of my facts. Anybody pull the references. Get the emails from these references. Anybody.
Mr. Spots?
Yes, I'm here.
By the way, real quick, the references that we have are from Scott Brungmingen and Benjamin Anshef, Greg Steffen, Tim Rhodes, if anyone would like a copy of them. Thank you.
Mr. Spots, there was some questions regarding the gym resurfacing. Most of this was discussed at athletics, I believe.
Okay. I'm just
No, it
hopping
wasn't.
on now,
No, it
so.
wasn't. None
Fire,
of this was
building and
discussed at buildings.
grounds.
None of
So,
it was.
no,
None
Mr.
of it
Bradley,
was.
I'm talking about the fact that you're saying this is not the lowest bid. These are not bids, number one. These are proposals, correct, Mr. Spots?
Yeah, they're proposals. We didn't
Correct.
say
We
that.
got 3 quotes, and it is not the recommendation from myself, and ultimately what the committee recommended to move to the board was not the lowest bid. The company that submitted the lowest bid, we discussed it at the committee meeting where the concerns were, and Mr. Bradley's aware what the concerns were with the company that submitted the lower bid. So we have had work done by this individual back when he was affiliated with S&S Gym Floors probably 3 years ago.
Mr. Spots, if we would table this, I'm just trying to, will this, any type of thing do we do? Mr. Bradley brought up some information at this meeting that, I'd like to go back and check.
Okay.
But as far as scheduling wise, we would be able to, get this scheduled, next month if, we come back with additional information. I don't want to get into too much detail because, again, Mr. Bradley was talking about it, but it's something that, I'd like to just review to make sure that, we're in compliance with everything. I know officially this is a CoStars contract, is listed on the CoStars. So I know they do their recommendations and process through there as far as being able to be on the CoStar. So it is CoStars approved, but Mr. Bradley was bringing up some information. So as far as scheduling, would we, waiting till next month, is that we'd still be able to get on the schedule for the summertime?
I can't answer that, but I mean, if there's an uncomfortability moving forward, then by all means table it. I mean, I can't speak to the ability for another company to come in and do the work. It was checked within the league. We have multiple schools in the league. As he mentioned, Ben Anchef is Williams Valley's athletic director, which is in the Schuylkill League. Minersville's used this company, and there's been a couple other Schuylkill League schools that have used it. So it was followed up on. But yeah, by all means, if there's an uncomfortable, I would think to table it would be, but I can't speak to the availability on when the floors would be able to get done.
And Kyle, they would, we'll try to schedule it so it's during that shutdown period, but then we just have to have another week of shutdown period sometime to get it done.
Yeah, they make a recommendation of, X amount of time to stay off the floor. So we would just follow whatever company or vendor ultimately gets the work, whatever their recommendation is to stay off, and we could possibly stage it so that we could, get on one floor while the other one's being done, and so on and so forth. We've always done it during that shutdown week to avoid any further shutdown for our programs. But like I said, yeah, we'll make it work with whatever opportunities we have.
Okay, thank you.
But do you agree with the statement that All American has never done work for our district before?
Yeah, we haven't used All American, but we used John, who owns the company, I believe, for when he was with a different vendor, and he did he did good work.
Are you making a statement that you think he owned part of S&S?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, what did you say? Say your sentence again about him being an individual that owned.
I said previous or whatever his role was.
Yeah. So previous, what role did he have at S&S?
I'm not sure. He worked for S&S and we used him. He was the main point person in the scheduling when we used them for S&S.
And the emails I got from S&S showing the concerns about his work and S&S's work within our district, and your emails back and forth showing the floor pulling up and all the problems, those were S&S related, and John Tragesser was the primary point of contact and project manager at Lehighton when that work was being done, correct?
Correct, and that was a bonding issue with the recommendation from the type of surface, and once they addressed that, it was addressed, and we've had no issues since.
And did you, as a athletic director and you actually have the unique situation where you're also the facilities manager. So there's no real check and balance in this administration regarding athletics and facilities. There's no give and take. There's no checks and balances. You're doing both. Do you expect the board to do the research as the committee members that I just did with checking references, following up with what, you know, the Hempstead man that's arrested for these problems, that you have references that are, you know, a little backhanded positive references. Oh, he did great. He showed up at the wrong place and did the wrong thing, and we paid for both. So from a school standpoint, they basically got to do both floors in 1 year because a mistake was made, but the taxpayers had to pay for both floors instead of budgeting for the next one and other stuff. So whereas that might be a win for the athletic director and or the facilities person getting 2 done in a year, it would be a loss to maintaining a proper budget for the taxpayers that have to pay for those mistakes, because you can't not pay a guy for doing work. I mean, that'd be kind of difficult. So do you expect the 3 school directors that make up that committee to direct you after these proposals, or do you feel that it's your responsible to do all the work that I did and it just got missed? What's your thought on that?
Mr. Bradley,
Well, when you're referencing previous issues, I was not the building and grounds director, so I can't speak to that.
Well, neither was I, but I still have to do the job, right?
But Mr. Bradley, just clarify, the reference you sent us for this from the Scott Birmingham is that they did an excellent job, and we plan to use them again.
Keep reading.
That's from Scott Birmingham. I can't pronounce. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to see.
It's a good reference. I gave you all of them.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is
it was no fault of theirs. It says right there. It says they came back and did some fix, right? No fault of theirs. It was because of the water. They did some issues. They recoded. They did a great job.
Right.
Yeah, there's no problem with that reference. I like that reference. That's a good reference.
I was just wondering. I was unsure what you were referring to, because that
keep reading. You know, this is tough to do at a board meeting. It makes these board meetings very long. This is supposed to be done in committee.
No, Mr. Bradley,
and even prior to the committee, it's supposed to be done. My question to Kyle was simple. Kyle, the work that I did to get this information, to do a proper due diligence, to review contracts, review the vendors, review the people, is this something you feel responsible to do? Or do you normally leave that on your board of directors that are supposed to direct you and supposed to help you and guide you in making sure that these checks and balances are done?
As mentioned previously, I reached out to athletic directors that I know personally and talked to them about the work done, and they were comfortable with the vendors. And they were happy with the work that they had done in their facilities.
So we don't
I
actually
said
have.
you don't expect the board to just trust and not verify that information, or do you expect them to trust and verify the information?
I can't speak to what the 9 board members want to do with the information that they've been given.
Okay, so the fact that the information they were given lacked physical written references, letters, they lacked the 3 understanding the differences between the bids, or the fact that this guy was
there was not
the person
this was
in
not
the article
bidded.
that was arrested.
This was not a bid document.
I know it's not a bid. It missed the
you-
bid number by a couple $1,000s. You're right. It was not a bid. This was able to sneak underneath that, and it's just spending taxpayers' money. Should the taxpayers' money be any less responsibly spent, whether it's a bid or not a bid?
No, and if you want to go with the lowest vendor, then make a recommendation, go with the lowest vendor. I gave my opinion at the committee meetings why I felt we shouldn't do that, and it is what it is. I mean, that's I don't know what else you're expecting. I did the research. We worked with vendors before. I made my recommendation at the committee, and that we had issues with the last vendor.
Correct. And Kyle, you did a good job. My question is not whether or not you're doing I'm just asking your expectation of yourself for these directors. It's pretty obvious that Wayne didn't do this, Steve didn't do this, and Larry didn't do this, but boy, we uncovered a whole bunch of things that were mistakenly presented to these 3 guys. One, it wasn't All-American that did the work before. It was John Trageser that did the work before. And when John Trageser did the work before, he worked for SNS where we had problems. And it was John Trageser that was arrested by the Attorney General for allegedly diverting funds to a relationship that he had rather than to the company that he was working for as an employee, not an owner. So those are a lot of really important things to uncover when we do due diligence. And I'm just wondering whether you feel, as our administration, that you're properly equipped, trained, and available to find it and do a little dig in to see if it passes the sniff test, as we say, or do you rely on your school directors to do the due diligence because they're the one ultimately signing the contract? Because as in the Auditor General's report, it was those directors, you know, I think Dave Krause is in this room, I'm sure Gloria Bowman's in this room, that failed to review contracts prior to their a review and approval. I mean, this is just standard due diligence of any director to make sure that we all do our job. You and us, we're on the team together, Kyle. We want to make sure that we get the right choice and we do save the taxpayer money and use a competitive bid of a responsible bidder. But I would trouble the word responsible when I read these references, that's for sure. But my real question is, do you do this? Do you think we should do this, or should the directors do this? I'm under the firm belief that the directors should do it. They should direct you of exactly what you need to do, every check mark inside that process, and then you turn in your report with all those check marks filed and filled. Like when I asked you for references of All-American, you wouldn't provide them. I had to go to All-American directly and ask myself.
You went to their website and saw the 9,000 pictures or whatever was
No,
on
sir.
the website.
No,
It
sir.
said different
I physically
schools.
wrote to them. I physically talked to John Trageser. I had a good conversation with John Trageser, an extended conversation with John Trageser on the phone. I had emails back and forth to John Trageser, what I just shared with our board. I had emails and conversations with almost every one of their references. I did the due diligence. I investigated matters before this board prior to releasing a contract of tens of thousands of dollars and potentially more if they show up and do the wrong room or do the wrong thing or do the wrong stuff. So yes, that was the due diligence I did. Don't make assumptions, especially when you can be proven wrong so quickly.
Wow, you're telling me not to make assumptions.
Yeah, don't make
This is
assumptions.
Great.
Please don't.
Okay, since we do not have a motion or a second on this particular item, we are
I know,
going
because
to
I don't think
table
it should be reviewed. My question to Kyle is the process. Do you think the board should do this, Kyle, or do you think you should do it? And if you're going to do it, should the board give you good marching orders?
Again, Mr. Stern,
to do it?
Yeah, this item is
I asked the
tabled.
question. Hold on. I asked him a question. He has the right
No,
to answer.
no.
He does. He has the right to answer. He's in the meeting. He has a right to answer. Should
Bradley,
the
you were
board give you a
trying-
checklist of things to do so that you can do your job effectively and make sure it gets done? Or are you expecting the board to do this by themselves? That's my question. Because I don't think we give him the right guidance. I don't think it's proper that we're not giving him the right guidance. And I think it's immoral and unjust to not put a man on our team that's not doing the job that we need him to do. We should be instructing him. We should be overseeing what gets done and how and why. He should be providing those. I think our board should direct our employees to provide those references to a contract, regardless of its size. I think that we should be checking the person's references. I think that they should be verified. I think that that information should be documented, as I did in emails. And I think it should be presented to our entire board prior to the release of a contract. We don't want to be the Gloria Bowmans and the Dave Krauses of the world.
Okay, Mr. Bradley, we're on to item S.
No, I
Need a
asked you the
motion
question,
and a
Larry.
second to
Ask
approve
our-
the 3-year service agreement with the Big
Ask
Team
him.
LLC.
Please
to
ask
provide
him.
Web-based product
Hold on,
services
please ask
for
him.
athletic and activities and
Ask him whether or not we should be doing
recommended by
this or
the
not.
athletic committee. The
Let's hold the
3-year
people
cost will be
accountable.
$850 for year 1, $2,400 for year 2, $2,900 for year 3, with the contract expiring in February 2024. I need a motion and a second, please, on item S.
Larry, why do you
Mr. Bradley,
exclude?
Mr.
why do
Bradley,
you
that item is tabled.
I
We
know,
don't need you to
that's not the
denigrate
item.
anybody else.
I'm asking, why don't we hold our board accountable and make
Mr.
sure
Bradley,
they
can
hold
we
the...
move on?
No, I want to know whether or not we're supposed to be doing
Mr.
this or
Stern,
they're
we
supposed to
need
be doing it.
Please move this meeting forward.
Why don't you ask the
Bradley,
question,
Item
Larry?
S.
It's in the discussion.
Need a motion and a
You've
second
already
on
muted
item
me all
S.
the time. Why don't you ask the question, Larry? Why will you not hold people accountable or yourself accountable?
Item S, I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved by Nathan.
I'll
Second reading.
second, Steve.
I have a motion by Nathan, Mr. Fuller, and a second by Mr. Holland on item S. Any questions on item S?
I have a comment. It has nothing to do with this, I have it back to this transformer. My husband just came in home and he worked for PP&L for 36 years. And he said if it was PP&L, they would cover the cost of the transformer and the installation.
Well, that's because that's PP&L and not Lehighton Borough Electric, Mrs. Mahalik.
Well, I do think that they charge more than PP&L, so there's no reason why they couldn't put this on their account.
God bless you, Gail. You're right. We should look at it. We should negotiate it. We shouldn't be using these taxpayers' money without a little leverage on our side to say we're probably one of the biggest customers.
Not a lot of money considering.
Geez, and Larry's just going to shove it through. I mean, he won't even hold a person accountable, won't even ask him a question. Who should be doing this job? We have this job to do. Why don't we assign it properly so we don't end up looking like Bowman and Kraus? You know?
Okay,
we don't wanna
item
be like
S,
that.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any comment on item S?
I have a question. What's an example of a web-based product that we're planning to get from these guys?
Mr. Cleaver?
Let me see if Mr. Spots can address that.
So this company currently uses our online scheduling system, which is where we put all our athletic schedules. By doing this agreement, it allows us to put all of our forms into an online submittal process, PIAA physical forms, code of conducts, coaches, certifications, and allows us to put them on an online database. But as far as the scheduling software is currently what we use, we're already use this company for the scheduling software, and there's an expansion of it part to be able to turn it into more of an online database and all that stuff. Currently we track, and then we can integrate it with our Power School to transfer students over when they move up from 6th grade to 7th grade into the PIAA database as well.
This is
okay. Great, thank you.
Doesn't do it. Well, they should.
Thank you, Joy. One of the things it's it allows electronic management of all the forms and such that are needed by sports, from code of conducts to physicals to descriptions that people have, so it's legitimate scripts and those types of things. So it's a kind of repository instead of us having to put it in paper files and give it out to the people, get it back, sign it, scan it, going into this particular file and another file, and making 5 copies after it's signed by the parent. Once it's acknowledged, then the parent and the athlete, it's retained within the system. So, it's getting rid of paper and copies, essentially. Appreciate you asking. Is there any other questions on item S? Roll call vote on item S, Ms. Virginio, please.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
On to item T, I need a motion and a second to approve the general services proposal for the replacement of the administration roof by Weather Technologies Incorporated, Tremco, in the amount of $6,750 upon recommendations by the Building and Grounds Committee. The consulting proposal is attached. I need a motion and a second, please.
I'll make that motion, Steve.
This is Nathan. I'll second.
I have a motion by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Fuller on item T. Any questions on item T?
I have a question. Is this the entire cost to do the entire roof, or are we only doing a portion of it?
No, this is the engineering services to determine bid specs and handle the process of getting the roof replaced.
Okay, this is just for engineering purposes.
Correct.
Okay.
Did we have any review with PDE and the co-stars so we don't have to go through this process and spend all this money because it's just a roof that's already through a state purchasing program to replace in the event that you feel that this roof is not been maintained to the point where it is failing prematurely from its expected life of this roof? Did anybody go to the state? I mean, we gave you the information. We did the due diligence. We showed it to you. Why are we going down this path still? I mean, I agree you tried shoving it through with another contractor, which is funny, unbid and everything. But, you know, now that it's been exposed, why don't we just do what's right? Why don't we spend the money wisely? Why don't we spend the money wisely, Larry?
Mr.
Bradley, this
Bradley.
was discussed at the Building and Grounds Committee meeting. We did reach out to actually 3 different groups. This one was the least for this process.
But what's the purpose of this process when you have other vendors that provide this process as part of their service? You could bid this as part of the bid. This could be part of the bid. You can get free consulting from the people that want this business. You don't need to spend someone else's money to tell you that you need a roof. A standard private sector company would not frivolously spend these taxpayers' dollars without some semblance of due diligence and understanding that at the end of this, you're going to try to buy a roof.
Again, this product has to be bid and has to be awarded to the lowest bidder as part of the process because of the amount, and it's also part of the state requirement for prevailing wage as well.
Correct, and there's also co-stars, and there's a lot of companies like Carlisle Roof in the state of Pennsylvania that provide a lot of these services as customer service because they have a deal through the state. And if we waited until June, the state PDE said to us directly that if you just wait till June, they might have monies for us to do roofs as they do every year. They take a survey of who needs a roof, and then they buy those roofing square footages from people like Carlisle, a state employee in support of our own community at a state level for these state agencies. Right? You're a state government agency when you think about it. We're locally controlled. But that happens in June. Why are we ignoring all that and trying to shove this through? Doesn't make any sense.
Again,
it's
Mr.
free.
Bradley,
I thought we have people that write grants. Why don't we have people that just call
Mr.
PD?
Bradley, again, you're, as I will say what the state called when we did double check, because I was not familiar with your understanding, that your understanding got lost in translation.
No, it didn't. It's an email, sir. It said wait till June.
This is the part of this right now. Again, there's no funding right now for it. Some of it may be based upon the governor's budget and everything else. We did talk to Mr. Fry about Act 70 funds in different areas.
And he said wait till June.
5%.
He said wait till June.
You stop.
No, will you stop? You're making stuff up. He's
Mr.
making
Bradley,
it up. If he talked to Mr. Fry, he said wait till June, and here you put it on the agenda. Wait till June.
Mr. Bradley, would you let me finish myself?
Yeah, if you don't lie. I don't mind you speaking if you don't lie.
Bradley, please.
And Mr. Rarick both spoke to him. And the information we got, he said to reach back out to him in about a month, which we will do. And we are not obligated to anything until we sign a contract with the provider that is doing the work, for example, the general contractor. So
and the point
is
that the general contractor,
right, Mr.
the point
Bradley,
we're making, hold on, the point you're missing.
Finish?
Nah, probably not because you're lying. The point
Mr.
is that
Bradley,
this part of the contract could be provided by the vendor, not a separate contract. You don't have to waste both money.
We reached out and the answer was yes. And again, you don't like the information you're receiving.
Because
so
it's
we
bad.
absolutely did.
It's bad.
Talk to them.
Why don't we let the vendors provide this service?
Mr. Bradley, could I please finish?
No, I don't think you
I
can.
know
because you lie
this
too
is your,
much.
again, your defense. I understand it, Mr. Bradley. You read you like a book. I understand your defense. But the reality is we did do exactly what you requested. We reached out to Mr. Fry and we talked about that, the information. We talked about Act 70. We had a great conversation. We talked about where we're at in the process. And again, the information he gave us was that until you sign on the dotted line with that contract, so even if we don't sign a contract till June, based upon our timeline, it would be after June. So if that money is there in June 30th in the budget or July 1st, and we did not sign a contract with the general construction company, not this consultant part, but a contract, we would possibly be eligible. We'd have to apply for it. There is requirements. There's for social economic status, they do rank the projects. It may or may not be approved. He was going to get back to us depending on, you know, the scope of the project, because he understood more about what the project was after talking to us. And so we did that. In that conversation, what we're doing right now, and the timing that we're in right now, will not affect if funding is available, because we said about getting the project done, you know, sooner than later because of the situation with the roof leaking. So we did exactly what you asked us to do. We reached out. That was the information we received from him. We do plan to contact him again in 2 or 3 weeks. We wanted to give some time to get some more information back to us. So that is the response in the conversation that me and Mr. Rarick both had with him.
Now I let you speak. Let me speak. Number one, you have an offensive offense. Yes, I'm defensive with these taxpayers' funds. My statement is clean and clear. Once you decide that you're going to do a roof, and once you decide whether the state can or cannot fund it, in that process and in that bid, you can provide the responsibility of some of these services, if not all of these services, therefore saving the entire expenditure not to be spent prior to putting a roof on. Those companies that provide these state roofs under the state program have customer service that provides these services to our communities. Why we would not take that customer service opportunity for state organizations is why I find your lobbyist techniques offensive. Because yeah, I am a defense. I don't think we need to spend this. There's no reason to spend this. Customer service can provide a lot of this inside of these roofs that you're spending lots of money on. Thank you. And to listen to this lobbyist, drone on and try to shut me up.
I thought you were finished.
Droning on to shut me up.
You were finished.
Like,
Droning
I'm not,
on.
Apparently, I'm not.
That is your mantra.
Droning on like Larry does to try to shut everybody up so logic and reason cannot be applied to these taxpayers' funds. You've been doing it wrong for decades, Larry. The Auditor General showed you that.
Okay, any other comments on item?
For decades, the Auditor General
Roll call
showed
vote on
that.
item C, please, Ms. Bertinio.
Steve, decades.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Absolutely not.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Oh.
Mr. David Bradley?
No.
Mr. Nathan Fowler?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes, for the size of this project, we want to make sure the company that's doing the bid specs is not the one doing the work.
And one more time, Larry, it's not.
Yes,
It's the company manufacturing. It's the company manufacturing the roof, Larry. How do you act so ignorant? How are you so ignorant and arrogant inside this meeting to silence people, make comments during the vote, and it's in conflict of normal logic? It's the company making the roof that does it, Larry. Customer service of the roof manufacturer, not the contractor that puts it in. You're getting oversight from a roof manufacturer. You are an idiot. Oh, I love saying it that way too. You idiot.
I need a
foolish
motion and a second on item A.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, I'll agree with Wayne on this one. Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Bradley, use that term loosely, to acknowledge FMLE leave for the following employees not to exceed 12 weeks. Any comments on the FMLE leave request? Roll call vote on item A, Mr. Tenio, please.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fowler?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
On to item B. Need a motion and a second to approve uncompensated leave for the following employee, number 1085, effective August 30th, 2021 through March 18th, 2022. Motion and a second, please.
I'll make that motion. Steve?
I'll second.
A motion by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Fuller. Any other questions on item B? Hearing none, I'd like roll call vote on item B, please, Mr. Pinio.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
Need a motion and a second to approve the following candidates for employment in according with their respective contracts. Carrie Mallory, part-time paraprofessional, date effective pending any necessary paperwork at an hourly rate of $11 per hour. Motion and a second, please.
So
I'll
moved.
make that motion.
And I can just second it after Steve.
Okay, and first by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Fuller. Any questions on item C? None, part-time. Roll call vote, Ms. Virginia, please.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, we didn't process all this properly. Thank you.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern. 7 yes, 2 no, motion carries.
On to item D, candidates for summer cleaners. I need a motion and a second to approve the following candidates for employment as summer cleaners at a minimum $9.47 per hour or in accordance with their contractual rate and the date effective pending any necessary paperwork. Folks 1 through 10. Need I in a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Steve.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Holland on item D. Any questions on item D?
I do. Is this board authorizing to hiring employees when they don't even get a chance to review all the resumes or even get a chance to review the number of applicants that are applying for this job, to understand better how to help our administration manage the district and its resources needed to provide these services, because obviously that's where the budget comes in. So why was this board not privy to the need for 10 summer cleaners? And the question is, why didn't this administration provide this board with a list of these resumes for this summer cleaner job and the number of people that actually applied? And then how did they weed them out? This process of hiring blindly and just trusting without any government oversight is sticky, to say the least. It should not be that way. We should make sure that the government provides the oversight so that the administration doesn't have even the impropriety appearance of being sticky. So I'm going to ask the question, did anyone on this board review any of these employees' resume? And did anyone on this board know how many people actually applied and how they were weeded out till 10? Does anybody on the board give us that response? Thank you.
Mr. Bradley, I would be happy to give you a response, but I'm declining because everything I say is twisted around and taken the wrong way. So that's it.
And I agree. I think it's the way in which you speak without fact.
We're criticizing people. And okay, any other comments on item B for summer cleaners? Hearing none, I'll take a roll call vote for summer cleaners. Thank you very much, Mr. Pinio.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes, and I believe these are all good, hardworking people.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No?
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Abstention, lack of information. Good for you, Wayne.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention, motion carried.
On to item E, candidates for athletic coaching or extracurricular activity. Need a motion and a second to approve the following requests for athletic coaching and manager candidates as per contracted rate, pending any necessary paperwork for the 2021-2022 school year. Need a motion?
I'll make that motion. Steve?
Second, Wayne.
I have a first by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Wentz. Any questions on the candidates for the 2021-2022 school year?
Again, I got to ask the question, why was this board not informed of the information about these candidates and the other people that were looking for these positions? Because basically these are contracts. And just as the Auditor General admonished this board for issuing contracts without proper review, we have to understand that we do not want Wayne, Larry, and Steve, and how about all the other ones that were on the board during that Auditor General report, making decisions without any information. And they might be hard workers, I'm sure they are. But the reality is this board making a accurate government decision based upon facts that allow for the best employee of the available applicants? And the fact that this board is kept in the dark, like a horse carrying a carriage with blinders on, blindly being trusted and whipped by the people driving this horse-driven carriage, which is apparently the administration, we have a trouble. This is backwards. This is not the way this process is supposed to work. It's a disservice to all the people on this list because they should vie for their positions. They should have a right to vie for their position and then win and be rewarded with the contract for their being the best contract applicant. Thank you.
Any other comments on item E? Hearing none, roll call vote. Ms. Pertunio, please, on those vacancies.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No?
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, we got to do it right.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
7 yes, 2 no, motion carries.
On to item E, I need a motion and a second to approve the following requests for extended school year positions as per collective bargaining contracted rates, pending any necessary paperwork. Folks, they're listed on the agenda. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second by Nathan.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Fuller. Any discussion on item F?
I will reiterate my same appeal for proper hiring procedures, that those that provide the contracts for hiring should review all the applicants and review all the contracts to which we're going to be awarded prior to assigning the applicant that gets the job. They should see all the people that applied, they should see the resumes, and they should see the process to which they're selected. I think it's unfair to these applicants to not have that transparently provided to the board. Not necessarily the people, the board.
Any other comments on item F? Roll call vote, please, Ms. Pertunio.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No?
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, or abstention, lack of information.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. Motion carries.
On to item G, candidates for summer school positions. I need a motion and a second to approve the following requests for high school and middle school summer school positions as per collective bargaining agreement at contracted rates, pending any necessary paperwork. 2 employees are listed on, the 2 candidates are listed on your agenda. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
I'll second it, Steve.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Holland. Any questions on item G?
My same objection. Yet you have people being hired that this board to not review any of the applicants. And they're the ones releasing the contract. They're making uninformed decisions, a process to which the Auditor General spanked Larry Stern, Wayne Wentz,
Correct.
Steve Holland, Gloria Bowman, David Kraus, Stacy Durst, and other members of this community for not doing the due diligence that they require prior to assigning a contract. And here you are doing it again. Shamed. You should apologize and resign.
Just for clarification purposes, again, there was nothing mentioned in that report that Mr. Bradley is referencing regarding our hiring process.
But it was about contracts, and hiring is a contract, Mr. Cleaver.
Bradley,
So you should have a little bit more
try and
foresight.
spin it any way you want.
And you can
Again,
spin it. I'm a defense, sir. You providing your wacko offense does not require to not be defended.
The hiring process was not mentioned at all as any type of finding in that report that you continue to refer to, which, by the way, you were on the board for several of those years as part of that report too, which
Yeah, definitely. That's why I'm here admonishing
And
these
that's-
people
I
that are
guess-
there forever
but
to
I
say, we
guess-
got to fix it there, Mr. Cleaver. And the contract review was a big part of it. And this is issuing a
Now
contract,
you're
whether you
talking
like it or not.
contract
This is a
review.
contract.
This is the hiring process.
This is a contract, sir. You're
Again,
hiring
no
somebody.
further- I have no
You're
further
hiring
comments.
them.
Just
There's a
point out that
contract to
Mr.
which they are hired
Bradley
under.
is, again,
If you don't
speaking-
review how the contracts are administered, you're failing as a board. Let's do the job. I'll get
Any other
spanked.
comments on item D?
Roll call on item G, please, Ms. Pertino.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No?
Mr. Richard Belts.
Same.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Abstain.
Oh, thank you. Mr. David Bradley,
Abstention, lack of information.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
6 yes, 1 no, 2 abstentions. Motion carries.
On to item H, candidate employment for summer positions for title camps. I need a motion and a second to approve the following request for summer positions as per collective bargaining contracted rates funded by title consolidated grant pending necessary paperwork. Prospective employees are listed on your agenda. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
I'll second it, Steve.
Motion by Mr. Wentz, and second by Mr. Holland. Any questions on item H?
Same, we have people that you're hiring. You have not reviewed, the board has not reviewed all the applicants, nor has been provided oversight to the process to which our subordinate administration is making these selections. It reeks of impropriety, and that can be easily corrected by providing the proper information for the oversight board or having this board demand that information from our subordinate administration prior to issuing these recommendations. I think that this all should be tabled. I think Larry should apologize and resign for his actions. I think Wayne Wentz should do the same. Steve Holland should do the same. Rita, Nathan, All of them. They're not acting with fidelity for the best interest of the community when they blindly rubber stamp. Now, their attorney is in attendance at this time. He might want to opine on whether or not it is in the best interest of a board of director to blindly trust the administration without any review prior to assigning these contracts for these employees as part of due diligence. Thank you.
Any other comments on item H? Roll call vote on item H, please.
Mr. Richard Fox,
Abstain.
Mr. David Bradley,
Abstention, lack of information.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli, okay, absent. Mr. Wayne Lentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Larry Stern,
Yes.
5 yes, 1 no, 1 absent, 2 abstentions. Motion carries.
On to item I, candidates for employment of summer positions for academics and adventure camp. I need a motion and a second to approve the following request for summer positions for the collective bargaining contracted rates funded by the ESSER grant, pending any necessary paperwork. Candidates are listed on your agenda. I need a motion and a second, please.
Why don't we postpone this one again until you get the information, Larry? I mean,
Mr. Bradley, these are all employees currently of the district. You might not know that, but most other ones do who are involved in what's going on. So I don't understand why you feel that you have to interview these people, but we have been told specifically prior to anything, you have a less of a chance of having impropriety if you're actually not involved in the interview process of these employees.
yeah, and that's a shame, Larry, but the reality is,
No, that's the reality.
The reality, no, Larry.
Not according to the world of Dave, it isn't,
Yeah.
but that's the way we were instructed to by council. So
It's funny. So the reality is you have a job position opening. You have 170 employees. And yes, we do know who's employees, Larry. You can look them right up on the web. You know, they're listed as staff members. The question is, how are we selecting from that pool of employees or outside that pool of employees the best candidate to give these public funds to provide a job under this contract? That's the question, Larry. And if you're not reviewing all the applicants or not publishing the opportunity for these applicants or not meeting the requirements of the applicants under an equal opportunity employment world, you know, so there are some professional things that need to be done. And if you want to circumvent that by blocking me or anyone else on this board from having input, it reeks of impropriety, Larry. It reeks. The arrogance reeks of impropriety.
Thank you.
So I think you should really think that through prior to going down this path again after you just admitted that you're stopping individual board members from doing their due diligence and taking action.
wait a minute. No, wait a minute. No, wait a
them.
minute. You stretch the truth every chance you get. I never said that I stop people from doing what they're supposed to do or whatever they want.
Larry, repeat it.
You're the one that puts words in everybody's else's mouth, David. It's getting really, really tiring.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Why don't you just quit, Larry?
No,
but
it's
the
not
reality
funny.
is,
Why don't you just
when you
quit?
have board members as the
You cost
president,
this district more in the last 4 years than anyone ever has from a legal perspective.
there you go, because you're
At
defending
least a
breaking the
mill
law.
or more. That's $300,000 or $400,000 worth of legal fees.
Because of what?
For
You're
your
breaking the law?
own fund.
Because you
For
broke the
your
law and the
own
Attorney
fund.
General caught you? The Auditor General, sorry, the Auditor General caught you?
Contacted me.
The Auditor General caught this district for breaking the law, non-compliance?
No,
Yeah,
it didn't.
that's bad. But
I
what I'm
need-
saying
I
is,
have it first, I
Larry,
have
we're
it
focused on
second,
hiring, Larry, the hiring
second,
process.
fine.
Larry, you're a government agency, focus on hiring process. Now you mute.
I need a motion.
Now
I
you
need a
muted
second
me.
on item
But
I.
Larry, I was muted.
Mr. Stern, I'm
Larry,
trying
this
to
is
follow
this is a hiring
along.
process. The question,
Mr.
No, it's
Stern,
not.
what
the question
motion
is,
And are we on?
The question,
We are on
come
I,
on,
sir.
Claver, keep up and don't mute me. But the question is, this is a hiring process.
Wait, you're so
And the-
disrespectful, it's pathetic.
Yeah, it could be, but the
You are
hiring process.
pathetic, David.
The hiring process, Larry. Hiring process. What is the hiring process? How is this decided? How does this board make this equal opportunity employment decision in this community to spend these community funds for these occupations? I know you admitted that all your kids work for this district at one time or another, and the odds of that happening are really high. Okay? Because, hey, impropriety, right? But no, the process prevents that accusation from coming. If you follow the right process, Larry, you have no accusation because it is transparent.
Mr. Stern,
And
can
to
we
equal
please
up-
move
Mr.
forward?
Claver, I'm having
The
a
rhetoric
conversation with
needs
Mr.
to
Stern.
really stop.
You do
I
not
need a
need,
second on item I.
Mr. Claver, you do not
Busy.
truncate a board member's conversation
Mr. Bradley,
with the
when
president
you
of the board
become
that had
ignorant
two.
and rude to individual and start referring to family and different inappropriate names, yes, I will interrupt you.
That's
I don't
fine.
care
But
if you're a
anyway,
board
so
member or
it's
not.
the
Show some
board
respect,
First Amendment.
Mr.
It's
Bradley.
the First Amendment. He's the
Mr.
one that brought it up in the
Bradley.
board meeting, not me. But when you
It's
have two,
unfortunate
I have
you
nothing to
act like
hide
such a
there.
child.
Larry, when you
Bradley?
have, of course you don't have anything to hide. Of course not. Go for it.
I don't have
So-
anything to hide.
I know. I think it's
Mr.
great.
Stern, I think we're
But
on
hold on,
I
Mr.
for
Stern, you had
motion.
two in previous applications of
Mr. Stern, I
in
believe we're
previous
on I.
applications of the hiring process. You had two board members
Need a
stating
second
that they
on
abstained,
item I.
that they said they abstained because they didn't have proper
That's
information, and you failed to ask what information was required of them to provide a vote. That's your responsibility as a director. You're the president. You're supposed to say, hey, I got two directors here that are abstaining because they don't have enough information. Hey, Rusty, what information would you like to see prior to making this vote? Hey, Joy, why are you voting against hiring people if you saw all this information? And she might say she didn't see it. I know I didn't see it. I know it's not provided to this board prior to releasing these contracts. I know that's how you make an informed decision. And I don't think this is working properly. I mean, you got, dozens of people that you're hiring, and the board has zero oversight. You abdicated all of that responsibility
Okay, I have it.
on these
I have a
contracts
motion by
to
Mr.
your
Wentz. I need a
subordinate
second on
administration
item I,
that
please.
happens to be the boss of your wife.
This is Nathan.
Thank you.
The motion.
A second by Mr. Fuller. Any more conversation on item I?
I have some more.
No, thank you.
I do. Please don't silence me.
Oh, no, thank you. You have already given your opinion on this and all the people who are being hired to help with the summer camp, so that's okay.
But why don't we do it right, Larry? Why
I
don't
need
you?
roll call vote on
Larry,
item I.
I just want you to answer. Why
Yeah.
don't you do it right? Why
Mr.
don't you do
Nathan
it?
Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes,
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
No,
Mr. Richard Belts,
Abstain.
Mr. David Bradley,
Abstain. Lack of process, lack of information.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
6 yes, 1 no, 2 abstention. Motion
On
carries.
item, thank you, Mr. Tenio. I need item J. Need a motion and a second to approve the following requests for pre-approval of courses or programs of study for continuing education for employee 299. Motion and a second, please.
I'll make that motion, Steve.
I'll join Steve on this one. I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Bradley on item J. Any other comments on item J?
I think it's fantastic that we are getting as many educated staff members as possible. I think we should extend this person a gratitude of thanks. And I also think that we should get all of our employees trained on social, emotional learning. Thank you.
Roll call vote on item J, Mr. Tenio?
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
yes,
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
yes,
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
Need a motion and a second to approve a student teaching experience for Amber Williams at the Lehighton Area Elementary Center for 30 weeks of the 2021-2022 school year, beginning Monday, August 30th, 2021, and running through Friday, March 18th, 2022, through Drexel University, with Megan Shoemaker as the mentor teacher. Need a motion and a second, please.
So
I'll
moved.
make that motion.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Holland. Any question on the student teacher experience, item K? Hearing none, I will do roll call vote. Ms. Patino, please.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
I'll abstain because it's a family member.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes, welcome aboard.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 abstention, motion carries.
On the item L, I need a motion and a second to approve the enclosed event worker rates as recommended by the athletic committee. Enclosure. Motion and a second on item L, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second by Steve.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Holland on item L. Any question on the game worker pay scale?
Why is there such a disparity between the different events for the same work?
Could you elaborate, Mr. Bradley? Are you talking like a game manager for one sport versus a game manager for another sport?
I'll try to elaborate there. Why?
No, forget it. We're not going to, I'm not dealing with this.
Between why is there such a disparity?
I have a motion in a second. Roll call vote on item L. I'm not going to deal with this denigration again.
It's not a denigration. I'm asking you a question. You asked me to elaborate.
No,
I'm
no.
slower.
I'm not dealing with it.
Why is there a pay disparity
between,
if there's other
Mrs. Gail
English you'd like to
Mahalik?
use?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
I think we should
Yes.
ask my question.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Abstain. I did not get my information.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 abstention, motion carries.
On the program, first reading of policies, I need a motion and a second to approve the following policies for the first reading for public review and comment. They're listed in your agenda and also available via the links from the agenda on board docs.
So moved.
Hold on. I don't think this was properly reviewed at the policy committee
Motion by
meeting because it
Mrs.
was.
Spinelli. Is there a second?
Second by Nathan.
A second by Mr. Fuller. Questions?
Who recommended these?
Absolutely,
Who
Mr.
recommended
Spinelli
these
and myself
policies?
recommended these after you had
And when was the recommendation done?
your continued disruption of the policy meetings.
Yeah. So who recommended them? Did they
Cannot
review
even
all of
have a
them?
meeting with you attending. So yes, they are recommended to move forward. We did talk about this in the meeting.
Did you allow public comment prior to that official action at that policy committee meeting and recommending new policy to the board of school directors?
This is where the public has time to comment, Mr. Bradley.
No, it doesn't.
And no one
No,
did.
it doesn't.
Then we gave them time. Yes, we did.
It will also be on the
Hold
second.
on, I said at the policy committee meeting, did you
Yes, we
make
did give them
public
time.
comment prior
You-
to
you-
the
You
recommendation?
monopolized all the time and did not allow the participants to participate in the
How
meeting.
do I monopolize the time if you're the one running the meeting, Larry?
Well, because you talk over everyone, sir.
Oh, see, why don't you let people have the
Oh,
opportunity
yeah,
to
I
speak?
think that's the way it is.
I think it's a reasonable
Sorry,
opportunity.
that's the way I see it, Dave. I don't know what to say.
I know, because you're blinded.
I don't really know what to say because this is how you actually work.
Yeah,
You
but
just
the
talk
point
over
is-
everyone all the time. So nobody has the ability to talk about it. There's all kinds of background information on these and we have to go out and dig them out ourselves. And you just talk over everyone and monopolize the meeting and therefore you can't have a constructive meeting when you attend.
Let's try this on for size, Larry. Here's how it's supposed to
How
work.
about not?
Here's how it's supposed to work.
How about-
You're supposed
no, I
to
don't
say,
think that's gonna
we have a
work.
disciplined student with disabilities policy. Does anyone
Yes,
have any
you do.
questions? And let people speak, Larry. And then you
No, they're
say,
supposed
does
to
anyone
ask
have
questions on it.
additional?
It's the first
then-
reading, they're going to be published, and if they have questions, they
Yeah,
can.
that's wrong, Larry, because you know you're silencing the people. But if you
Oh,
did
I'm
it this
not
way,
silencing anyone,
I
sir.
am
These
commenting,
these
sir.
policies are published for about 30 to 60 days, and if
I'm
people want to
commenting.
comment on them, they can attend a policy meeting or in the beginning of this board meeting. Thank you.
And I'm commenting on it now, prior to recommending these
No,
policies.
you're not
they should
commenting
be-
on it
I
now.
am
You're
commenting.
commenting on the process. You're not commenting on the policy.
Okay, I'll comment on the discipline policy. I don't think it was properly reviewed. I
It
think
was
it should have been
properly
reviewed. I think it should have been reviewed like this.
It's your humble
Anyone have,
opinion.
Larry, why are you cutting me off? Just relax.
Because that's what you do.
Take 30 seconds, Larry.
I
Right,
can't
put
do
it
it.
on the clock.
Can't
Take
do it.
30 seconds, put it on the clock.
Can't wait.
You can't wait, Larry?
I don't think the meeting was held.
By arguing with me, you're spending more than 30 seconds.
To sponsor
30
your
seconds on the
activity.
clock, Larry.
That's what it usually is, so.
30 seconds on the clock, Larry. Go for it.
All right, can't do it.
Okay, ready? Here we go. 30 seconds on the
Okay, I
clock.
need a motion.
We're going to
a
have the
motion.
discipline of students with
Second.
disabilities be reviewed prior to making a recommendation by the community. And we're going to read it to the community. We're going to seek their input as required by our
It is
Lehighton
our
School
input
Code
is stated
011.
that the community
and
does
we're
have
going-
the ability to provide input on the policies if they attend a meeting or read them and talk about them prior to our meeting started. Our board meetings are not public meetings for them to participate. Our board meetings are public meetings in front of them, and they're allowed to comment at the beginning and the end.
Oh, I'm going to write that one down, Larry. That's great. You couldn't
Yes.
be more wrong. You couldn't
No,
be
I
more.
believe I am
This is
right because
this is
the
not
way
a public
the
meeting.
environment.
Hold on. This is not a public meeting for them to watch us work. This is where we seek their input. This is where actions
Have the
of
ability
the
to comment in the
government.
beginning and
Wait,
at the
this is
end.
where actions of the government cannot be taken until after a reasonable opportunity of comment is provided. Not asked,
Reasonable opportunity
provided
to
to
comment
them.
has always been provided.
Provided
Let's
to
not argue
them.
about that fact, Mr. Bradley.
Reasonable.
Have a motion
provided.
and a second. Is there any other comments, either on the policy or on the process? Not on the process, but on the policy.
I got some on the process. Thank you for offering. The
Oh, no
process is
opening on the
flawed
process.
because
No,
Larry
not talking about the
truncates the
process.
policy meetings
Roll
with his
call vote, Ms.
arrogance.
Pertinio, please.
With his
I'm going to do what I
arrogance.
have to do to get the meeting
Oh,
through. Thank you.
he's muting me. He's
Mrs. Rita
muting me.
Spinelli,
They're muting me.
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers, Miss Joy Beers. Absent. Mr. Richard Belts,
Could you repeat what we're voting on? I lost track. I'm sorry.
it's the first reading of the policies to move the policies for first reading for public review and comment. Mr. Belts?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said yes. I'm sorry.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Mr. David Bradley?
Abstention. The process was not followed properly, and Larry truncates and silences our community.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent, 1 abstention. Motion carries.
Second reading and final approval of policies. I need a motion and a second to approve the following policies for second reading and final approval, 251 and 808. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second by Nathan.
First by Mr. Wentz, and second by Mr. Fuller on item B under programs. Any comments on item B?
I have one. I'll go last if someone else wants to go first.
Mr. Bradley, you go first, last, and in between. You always do, so carry on.
Is that the only comment you wanted to make, Rita?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. I really appreciate that. The process of the second reading and these policies that are trying to be created are basically rubber stamps of this PSBA. And after reviewing of them, and the board's responsibility is to write these policies or at least edit these policies to fit within our community. That process is not taking place. They constant consternation by Larry Stern that does not want to listen to an opposing point of view, silences and basically tries to shout down logic and reason. And that makes people not necessarily want to participate in the government process by which these laws will be held accountable to those people. And this board is the one that not only writes these laws, hires an administration to enforce these laws, but we are the ones that end up adjudicating these laws. And it's people like Larry Stern that silence the community, that prevent this first and second reading to have actual edits and actual review and actual benefits for our own local community, that we need to stop. All right. The Auditor General spanked these guys enough. They should apologize and resign, get the arrogance out of the room, and recognize this is a community meeting. We are public servants, and we're writing their policy for them to be held accountable to by our board, our government. That process is being missed by the arrogance of Rita, Larry, Nathan, Wayne, and Steve. Thank you.
Any other comments on item B, which were, David didn't really attach anything to the policies. So any other comments? Hearing none, roll call vote on item B, please. Thank you.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Oh,
Mr. David Bradley,
No, these policies harm our community. Thank you.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
6 yes, 3 no, motion carries.
On to item C, I need a motion and a second to approve the attached list of high school seniors as candidates for graduation on Friday, June 11th, 2021, pending completion of all educational requirements. Enclosure attached. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Bradley, a second by Ms. Spinelli on item C. Any other comments on item C?
I'd like to thank Rita for agreeing with me.
Roll call vote, please, Mr. Trudino.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yeah.
9 yes, motion carries.
On the item D, school enrichment journeys, I need a motion and a second to approve the following school enrichment journey requests, observing all necessary COVID-19 mitigation precautions. Item 1 through only item 1.
So moved.
Second by Nathan.
The first was that Mr. Wentz and a second by Mr. Fuller. On item D, any questions on item D?
Actually, it was David Bradley for the first and Nathan for the second, and I really appreciate Nathan agreeing with me. Thank you.
Any questions on item D? Hearing none, I'll call a roll call.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
On to item E, I need a motion and a second to approve the use of school property for the following requests, 1 through 16. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
I'll second it, Steve.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Holland on the use of school property, item E. Any comments by the board on item E? Make a comment. I'm glad to see that everything's starting to get back to normal for our kids. Getting extracurricular and extra activities moving along. So Hearing no other comments, roll call vote, item E. Thank you.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
Can I get a motion and a second, please, on item F?
I'll make that motion, Steve.
Second, Wayne.
A motion by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Wentz on item F. Any comments on item F?
Yeah, where does this physical dollars go, and why don't we allow our entire community to show up for free, since they're the ones that spent the $6 million to build all these facilities, and more than $6 million to build these facilities, so that every grandparent, every parent, every cousin, everybody can watch these wonderful kids perform in the high school where it's so rare to have people of the same age and same skill level competing against each other. It's fantastic, these local sports. Why don't we allow people to attend for free? It makes no sense. So where does this money go, and how much is it at the end of the year? And why can't we make this a community service so that more people attend by the elasticity of price?
Mr. Eric, I believe this is under revenue for the general fund.
Yes, ticket sales are reported under revenue into the general fund.
And how much was collected last year?
I don't think we were selling tickets last year because of COVID.
Okay, let's go back a year. How about 19?
I'd have to pull that number. I don't know off the top of my head.
More or less than $50,000?
I would think it's less than $50,000.
Think it's less than 25?
No.
So between 25 and 50?
Correct.
Steve Holland tried using his authority as a director to be able to get in for free, which is pretty arrogant of him. But at the same time, the idea makes sense that he's a citizen, has no authority as a director, and if he should be able to have such a luxury, I think the whole community should have that luxury. I'd like to ask whoever motioned this thing to reduce those dollar values to one each. And then that way we can count how many seniors and how many students show up, because they're $1 each. And then at the same time, we can review this next year. We're talking about not giving up very many dollars at all. We might actually end up, because of the elasticity of pricing structure for the ability to go watch these games, increase it. I mean, let's face it, if it was free, you're just going to have people show up to watch a game. They might get excited about it and come back and follow the local team sports even more. I mean, what a great opportunity to have the Lehighton wave inside of every one of these sporting events, because it's a free place for the kids to go and watch their fellow students. I'd like to recommend that whoever made this motion and seconded it to either reduce it to $1 so we can monitor it properly, or make it free, and then have someone at the door click away attendance records so that we can track it. Can I please get that modification on this motion as part of the discussion? And again, the disparity is kind of funny, but go ahead.
I'll second it.
Well, actually, Larry.
There's actually nothing to
it's
second.
not second. Yeah, we're begging, pleading, lobbying, requesting, making a political argument to whoever motion and second this to adjust their motion to reduce it either to $1 so we can track the number of people, or make it 0 and respectfully submit that, hey, if they bought the stadiums, it's their kids. You're actually charging them to go see their friends and their kids and their grandkids and great-grandkids, cousins, friends.
A couple of people have their hands raised. Can we hear what they have to say? I'm kind of curious. That would affect my vote.
Yeah, we can. It's that's what a board's for. Section 011.
Actually, we didn't have any comment
LASD
at the beginning
policy
on
seeking public comment. We get to seek public comment. Joy, great idea.
$3,000 for 4 days.
In 2018 and 19, our ticket sales were just under $54,000 for point of reference.
There was no request or comments about this particular item.
So less than 10,000 people, it sounds like. Way less, right? At $5 a piece. Some of them are $2 students. So let's say it's 15,000 people throughout the entire school year, right? Of non-students and then adults. So you're about 12,000 maybe?
For the folks who submitted the motion in a second, are you willing to make that exception, or are you going as your motion was done in the beginning of the discussion?
I'm staying with my motion. Steve.
Absolutely. Me too, Wayne.
Okay. Hearing no other comments, and roll call vote, Ms. Pertinio, please, on item F.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No,
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers,
Abstain.
Mr. Richard Belts,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
I'm going to abstain and bring it up in new business for a buck. Sorry,
Mr.
guys,
Larry
you should have
Smith.
listened.
Yes.
5 yes, 2 no, 2 abstention. Motion carries.
On the miscellaneous, is item A under miscellaneous, and then motion and a second to elect Edward Rarick as the school board secretary for a 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2025. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second by Nathan.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Fuller. Any questions on or comments on item A?
Why don't we have someone that's independent from the business office and the administration be our board secretary, so you don't have all the issues and all the, what I want to call, one-sidedness that's found within the minutes and one-sidedness. I mean, it's slanted. You have a lobbyist writing your minutes for an oversight board. It's just doesn't make sense, guys.
Any other comments on item A?
I have one more. What's the fee or stipend for being the board secretary?
I receive absolutely nothing for it.
Well, you receive your salary, correct? It's part of your duties.
It was not listed as part of my duties when I applied for the job, no.
Correct. And we had an independent person from the upper business administration. We had Melissa Wagner. We had, a variety of people that were taking that position that were theoretically able to be unbiased. I mean, it was definitely a struggle. I mean, just look at, we made great improvements. I mean, remember back when Bonnie Cortese was doing it and Gloria was throwing people out of meetings? I mean, this is definitely improved.
Okay, here we go.
Value.
Any further comments on that?
Just because I have history and knowledge.
Because you twist it.
Mr.
I
Bradley,
have a question for Mr. Rarick. Are you
The board
interested in-
secretary is not the same as the recording secretary. It never has been. Bonnie Cortez was never the board secretary. The business manager usually is. Melissa Wagner was not the board secretary. She was the recording secretary, just as Ms. Partinio is right now. The board secretary is described, the job is described in the school code, and that usually most districts usually go with the business manager because of the duties that are involved. So stop spreading misinformation.
Thank you for the correction. But when Bonnie Cortez was doing the minutes and everything, and they're so biased, and you had Gloria Bowman as the president, ejecting people with the police, come on, we
Gail?
definitely have improved from that. We've improved. Come on, guys, we've improved.
Do you have a question,
and when Melissa
Gail?
Wagner did it, and she was doing transcriptions as recording secretary, that was
Obviously,
awesome,
since
under the
he
direction of the
doesn't get
secretary.
paid, but does he really want to do this?
Please stop muting
Were you able
directors.
to hear that with Mr. Bradley's rhetoric? I know I'm trying to.
I was
mute-
muted. I was
Yes.
muted. It wasn't my mute. It was Rita in the background.
That's fine that
That
we
was
mute.
Rita. That was Rita.
Gail, go ahead.
You muted me again, but that was Rita.
Obviously, I'm not gonna be here past December, past November, so, but if he really, does he really want to do this since he doesn't get paid for it?
I have no issue with that at all.
Well, good for you. You know, that's all I wanted to know. I have a hard time staying for a 4-year term since I'm not gonna be here longer than November, so, I'm gonna abstain from voting.
Any other comments? Thank you, Gail.
Okay,
Roll call on item A, Ms. Pertinio, please.
Mr.
I'm sorry,
Stephen Holland?
hold on, I had one more comment, but I was muted. So the question is anyone else vying for this position at all? Did anyone else apply for this position at all? And does this board understand that if we pay somebody, regardless of what that amount is, as long as it's reasonable, that it might be better to have somebody that is independent from the office to which they are assigning? I mean, if you look at the lack of checks and balances found in that Auditor General's report and the process to which this board has been providing governance, it's those blind trust and rubber stamping things that cause the issue. You need a check and a balance in the system. You're removing it when you do this. So why don't we look at that? I mean, did anyone else apply? Do we even review anybody else, or are we just?
It's
doing what
not a
Rita says?
hiring position, Mr. Bradley.
You're electing
Mr.
somebody.
Stern, could we just
You're
please
electing
move
somebody.
on? He doesn't understand
I
what
do
we're
understand.
voting on.
I do. You're trying to.
You do not, Mr. Bradley, or you wouldn't be asking these questions. The board secretary is a position described in the school code. It is not someone you hire. It's someone that takes the minutes and does certain financial issues. Read the school code and you'll see that.
I do,
This
Rita.
is
But the
not
question
what
is,
we're
our
talking about.
But
We
you
are
have-
not talking about Missy Wagner or hiring anyone. Mr. Stern, can we please move on?
No, Rita, because you're making statements that are just convoluted. Rita, we have a responsibility to file certain board reports. And if you look at Pennsylvania School Code Section 218, it talks about the recording board secretary, and it talks about how they have a responsibility. And when we lack that oversight, checks and balances in the system, those reports aren't done on time, and then you guys just rubber stamp it. We have a responsibility to file these reports on time. You're in court right now for neglecting to do that, and you pled immunity. Brian Taylor, your lawyer, is in this meeting right now, and you're taking more actions, removing this check and balance in the system that I'm trying to describe to you. The fact that you don't understand it does not mean that I don't know. But the fact that I'm trying to teach you that normal checks and
Mr.
balances...
Bradley, there is nothing you could teach me because everything you have to say is incorrect. And I try not to listen to people who don't deal in fact. So please, Mr. Stern, can we move on?
Roll call vote on
So
item A.
one more
please.
time, we didn't check the checks and balances.
Mr.
Just
Stephen Holland?
You can't use the bully pulpit just to shut me up because
Mr.
Rita
Stephen
decides that
Holland?
she's does. And again, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
There you are
for
muting
keeping
away.
quiet.
There you are muting away. You gotta press A to get unmuted.
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik.
Abstain.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli.
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz.
Yes.
Miss Joy Beers. Miss Joy Beers. Absent. Mr. Richard Bell.
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley.
No.
Mr. Nathan Fuller.
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
6 yes, 1 no, 1 absent, 1 abstention. Motion carries.
Hey, Larry.
Treasurer.
Larry.
I'm calling for
Hey, Larry.
nomination
Hold
for
on,
the school
Larry.
board treasurer
Wait,
for
Larry.
policy 5, a 1-year term effective July 1
Larry.
to July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. I need nominations for treasurer, please.
Hey, Larry, before you move on for a second.
This is
Did
Nathan.
move on.
Larry.
I did move on, David.
I know, but before you do, Larry.
No, I did.
Larry.
I did.
Larry.
I believe it was a nomination.
Larry. I want to say something before you move on, Larry. Please give me the floor, Larry.
Can I have the nomination
Thank
again,
you.
Mr. Fuller, I believe?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I would nominate Rita.
And Larry, before we move
Any
on,
other nominations for school board treasurer?
I nominate Joy Beers.
Okay, Mr. Bradley nominates Joy Beers.
And Larry, before you move on, I have a statement that just because you don't like my opinions or difference of opinions or sharing of the facts and all the emails I send to you for these problems that you're seeing and the court cases that you see, don't use your bully pulpit to silence someone with a difference of opinion. This is a government agency. So when Rita makes her little rant thing about what's going on, when that board secretary has to file these reports and when they don't get filed, that you guys end up in court because you're responsible to do it. The problem you run into is that you shut up public comment. You shut up by silencing them with your bully pulpit, and then you don't get a difference of opinion. You don't get a difference of review. And then your arrogance comes out and you just look really bad. If you just calm down a little bit, if you would calm down a little bit and let someone speak that has a difference of opinion and understand where we're going, that would be good.
Mine just about 100%. So,
but I know, but the
So
Auditor
I do
General's
have a
report that we are
nomination
referencing
by Mr.
and
Fuller
the
for
documents that we
Mrs.
reference
Spinelli, I have
and
a
the evidence that we
nomination
reference
by Mr. Bradley for
shows that you guys have problems here. You have a problem that way. You're just a bully pulpit.
Mr. Bradley, are you referring to the AFR for which we were granted extension, and yet you still filed a lawsuit against the district that's costing us thousands of dollars to defend? Is that the report that you're referring to?
The one that you pled immunity to?
Yes or no question, Mr. Bradley.
The one you pled immunity to not have to file the report listed under the Pennsylvania School Code? That's one of the charges against you, Mr. Nathan. Yes, that's definitely one of the charges that you're defending by hiring a high-priced lawyer against a pro se litigant saying, why don't we just follow the law? And you chose immunity. You didn't say, I didn't do it. You said, I did do it. I'm looking for immunity to it.
Not at all.
So that's kind of silly. If you did, immunity implies that you did do it. You didn't defend that you didn't do it.
Completely off track.
You didn't defend. Nathan brought it up. He's litigating matters in a board meeting. Your lawyer's here. You admitted to doing it. You're trying to find an excuse for breaking the law.
We filed the paperwork to do it.
Oops.
Okay, we
I
have
just
a
got
nomination by Mr.
Oops, we're being bully pulpited. You don't like what I'm saying, so you bully pulpit.
No, you're speaking
bully
for
pulpit.
Bill.
You're bully pulpited. You can see it on the screen. Bully pulpit, bully pulpit. But the reality is, the PDE does not have the right to tell you that you don't have to follow Pennsylvania School Code. They're not the enforcement agency of Pennsylvania School Code. The courts are. The citizens are. That's where you guys are wrong. You're a public servant. You're a public servant. You don't have immunity to not follow law that you swore an oath to follow with fidelity. It's not mood. It's funny.
I have a motion by Mr. Fuller to close nominations. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A second by Steve. We'll vote 2 different times. We have 2 different treasurer nominees. I need a motion And a second to elect Rita Spinelli as school board treasurer for 1-year term from July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2022.
So moved, Wayne.
I'll second it. Steve?
I have a first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Holland. Roll call vote, Ms. Bertinio,
Hold on,
please.
we have discussion. You have a motion and a second. Let's discuss Rita's qualifications as a potential board treasurer and the problems that we've had when she did this job in the past. Why don't we have that discussion, Larry? I mean, that's open discussion. And you have a new motion and seconded. I bet if you ask Brian Taylor, your lawyer in the room, that would require public comment because these names were not listed inside the nomination. They were not part of the agenda that they could have spoken to with a reasonable amount of opportunity because they didn't know who was going to be nominated. But now you picked Rita, who's had so many problems with the lack of transparency, voted against giving bank statements to other individual board members, voting to restrict bank statements from me, David Bradley, a director of this district. Taking that vote, horrible actions as a board treasurer. She should have been providing those documents without even having to ask for them, along with all the other documents. We forced you guys in the right to know law, hundreds of them, that you defended and spent money defending just to lose and be spanked by the Office of Open Records to force you to give us invoices, purchase orders, documents, all the things that a treasurer would be automatically providing to their board of directors. And it's that rubber stamper, blind trust, that blocked this lawful transparency. That's why Rita cannot do this job. It's not a responsible task. You already know what she's doing. It's lack of fidelity to go down that path. And I think you should open up the floor because this nomination was not part of the motion when it was published. Thank you. And if you like clarification, I think Mr. What's Schwabi's buddy's name? Rarick. No.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Mr. Filer, or we can
Is there anyone on the public that would like to discuss Mrs. Spinelli's nomination for treasurer?
All right, we're going to follow the law. Love you, Lar. Love you, Lar. You learned.
I just want to make sure Mr. Bradley's done. Ms. Bose?
Yes, I'm done.
All right. I'm not sure Joy wants the position. However, the arguing is getting out of hand. That's all I want to say on it. I don't think Joy wants it, but you'd have to ask her if she would even accept the nomination. That's all I can tell you. But, you know, the arguing needs to stop. Even I'm tired of it.
Just sharing facts with you, Barb.
Ms. Sittler? Ms. Sittler?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have one question. It's a little off the topic. I was told by Rita that we were going to be having in-person meetings come June. Is that correct? Hello?
That would be up to the board. I don't want to speak for them, but I know just right now that with comment, it was based on the treasurer. At the end, when we do public comment, you know, we could bring that up again.
Yeah. And I think, and my other comment is for the whole board. It's after 11 o'clock and some people actually have to work in the morning, like get up at 4:30. David, you keep talking about how you're a voice for the people, but I think you're doing the people a disservice by making these board meetings run hours and hours. You're losing a lot of the people. They don't want to come to them. They don't want to listen to them. So maybe cut back a little bit on the degrading of each other and stick to the topics at hand.
Once they start following the law, we will. I think I'm not even needed once the law is being followed.
David, stop. You're out of hand.
No, they're just not following the law, Carrie. And as soon as they do, as soon as they follow the law, I'm not needed. I'm done in November. Not needed. Not needed. There's no defense to a lack of offense in breaking the law. When they break the law, someone has to defend the people. The more they do it, the more you got to defend it. When logic's not being applied, the more I got to do it.
And we get that, but you keep repeating yourself and wasting our time.
You would think, but maybe if they apologize and resign, we wouldn't have this issue. You could be right in there.
It's not going to happen, David. So you're going to have to restructure your strategy. It's
I just got to be that I'm the shore upon their illegal walls to push against, and this wave will not stop until they stop their actions. I am the force of good that is standing against evil. Thank you.
You are a narcissist.
Actually, I'm very humble. I'm leaving in November. Can't wait. But all it takes for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing.
Can we have a point of order here? Because this was supposed to be about comments concerning the treasurer, not comments concerning Mr. Bradley.
But Rita is evil when she was the treasurer. So
Mr. Bradley,
this is part
could
of
you
that.
please stop?
No, it's part of it.
Stop.
Look at the Auditor General's report. Do something about it. Why not you take action in the right direction, Larry? You know, people are getting tired of you breaking the law.
Mr. Bradley, I was not the treasurer during that time period.
I didn't say you were, Rita.
During the time that we had issues, Ms. Beers was the treasurer.
Yeah, you were, but the problem you have, Rita, is you were voting to stop board of directors from getting bank statements. You took that vote. You took that position.
Bradley, could you
if you're going to be treasurer, you're going to block people from saying, and you gave this board a rubber stamp. You literally told them they could use your signature
Mr.
with your permission on checks that you never saw. You gave them your rubber stamped signature. No, you gave them your rubber stamped signature on checks you never saw.
Want to speak, Mr. Bradley?
I understand, but you gave your rubber stamp to people, to the administration you're supposed to oversee for checks you never saw. That's wrong, Rita. Anybody would think that that's wrong. And I am that person to make sure that evil does not prevail, because that is wrong. When you give your permission for your subordinate administration to use your signature as the treasurer without you looking at every check that's supposed to be signed and signing it, you definitely have a problem. We have a problem. Millions of dollars leave the district when that happens.
We start back on where we were and stop?
We're on treasurer and responsibility. How can
you're on it. You spoke your piece. We're trying to get the community input on this, and you're overtaking the meeting again.
I know, and you don't like hearing it, so you're going to shut me up. But Rita's making comments. You don't shut her up. It's funny
because she makes a comment and stops.
Okay, my comment is Rita cannot do this because, and my list is long. So maybe you get a little tired of it, but the list is long. She did vote that way. She did do those things. She is still standing up to say you can spend money that's not on the budget. She does say things like the budget creates itself. The board doesn't do it. She has a diluted view of her responsibility as a school director. She should not be the treasurer. That diluted view should not be amplified.
Mr. Bradley, can we move on to public comment, please?
Yeah, I'm sure. As long as Rita's not going to make other comments about it that need to be retorted, sure.
Mr. Bowman?
Wow is all I can say is wow. I am just floored at this, but I'll leave the rest for a public comment. Rita, I find it interesting that months ago, before COVID, I approached you and Wayne and said, I don't understand, Dave Bradley comes up with some good points, and you said he does. It's his approach. But yet we're supposed to trust you, and as a public, trust you as a treasurer to sign checks on behalf of taxpayers and students in the public. Yet and you basically admitted to me that that Dave makes a point and that what's going on is wrong. You have the Auditor General come in, do the same thing and basically admonish this board. and you guys all sit there and say nothing. You make no argument to it. Tomorrow, you're going before a judge with an injunction, and not one of you defended your position at all. Even you, Rita, specifically. And you want people to appoint you as treasurer, and after the things that you've done and cost the taxpayers thousands of dollars for information that should have been easily provided to Mr. Bradley or anyone else who wanted it, and you stop that. Yeah, I think not.
Ms. Bose?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to clarify one point. When the audit, the period covering the Auditor General's report, it was not Joy who was the treasurer, it was Andy Yenser. And that's all I have to say.
I'll add to that for 1 second, Barb, before you go.
Ms. Scott?
Hold on.
Can we please let the
I said I was
public-
going to reply.
can
Let
we
me.
let the
I'd like
public
to
get their
reply.
comments in?
I like to. I know, but I'd like to reply to Barb. Can I reply to Barb?
Ms. Scott? Hello, Ms. Scott? Ms. Leibel? Ms. Leibel?
Since my fellow candidate, can you hear me, Mr. Stern?
Yes.
Since my fellow candidate spoke up, I wanted to go on record also that this toxic environment needs common courtesy. What public servant has cost the district thousands in lawsuits?
That would be the directors that illegally applied Pennsylvania school code, spent our money.
I'm not asking for your response to my answer. I'm just asking a rhetorical question for all of us to hear and think about. Fellow candidates of mine, all we're talking about the importance for us to have common courtesy on the floor. These discussions that are rabbit trails, we're talking about a school board treasurer right now. I want to hear that discussion.
Okay, on that discussion, Rita also made a statement that board secretaries inside the school code, it's only listed one time inside of the school code. So even on that comment, she's off. But the reality is she's irresponsible, and the district that fights the right to know law, that fights lawful transparency and has lost repeatedly, is the one that's consuming dollars that can, for free, this information provided to the entire community. To take a vote to not let, for Rita to accept the vote to not let the bank statements go by is wrong. It's just wrong. And for this board to not recognize the mistakes of the past and continue down the same path is irresponsible. Now, I agree that I definitely am boisterous and trying to bully against this bully pulpit that literally will shut down anybody with a contradicting point of view. But the decade-long irresponsible actions of this government board that is continuing to take place, especially under Rita's tutelage, has to be stopped. And this is the opportunity to stop it with treasurer, because that person should be looking at all these reports. They should not be giving their signature to the very administration that they're there to oversee. And that's a problem. And the fact that everybody jumps up and down and it's theatrical, hey, that's part of politics. It gets people involved. Look at how many people in the room. It's awesome. But the reality is I'm not a narcissist. I'm a lawful guy that wants to make sure that we're doing lawful things as a government board. I'm the one that stops government from doing illegal, immoral, and stupid things. And I tell you what, when you read that Auditor General's report, after what I got into this office and I found what they were doing and I called in that Auditor General, holy smokes, I'm glad that the community was behind me. Whether they are still or not is really irrelevant. They really just need to be behind lawful transparency. And when they get that, all this goes away. No longer will we be borrowing money, voting to borrow money to fix the problem. She promised she wouldn't do things stupid, yet she defended an OOR agreement that was already decided and spent even more money to defend it, only to lose and have to give me my check back. It's so dumb. They get down this rabbit hole, like you said, and regretfully, they're entrenched. They would rather lose and cost you money than admit, apologize, or resign to recognize that they don't know what they're doing. It's ego. And I could care less about this position other than my responsibility of my oath to act with fidelity. And that's what we're trying to do. And to allow this person to try to be treasurer, that would not be acting with fidelity. Thank you.
Okay, we will take a vote now on Ms. Spinelli. There is a motion and a second. We did have public comment. So we'll take a roll call vote on Ms. Spinelli as treasurer.
Oh, one more sentence real quick, Larry. I just want to make sure that I thank the entire community that did stand up and speak. In years past, you never had this opportunity. And until we took Larry to court, did he finally learn how the Sunshine Act works? So we really do appreciate your participation. In the past, if you tried to participate, you would have been ejected from the meeting by the police. Thank you.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
No.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers? Ms. Joy Beers? Absent. Mr. Richard Bell?
No.
Mr. David Bradley?
No, she wasn't ejected from this meeting, was she?
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
It is 11:13 p.m.
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
11:13 p.m.
Yes.
4-4.
Now we will do the next vote.
Screen turned off.
I need a motion second for Joy to nominate Joy Beers as treasurer.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Bradley seconds by Mr. Belts for Joy Beers as school board treasurer. Any comment from the board?
I think Joy is a responsible, logical, and rational person that understands the responsibility. And I hope she has the time to do it, because if she does, she'll do a great job. Thank you.
My concern is Joy was the treasurer before and was there for about a month or 2 months and walked away from the position. That was my concerns.
She did not walk away from the position. She was pushed away. She even went on local.
Mr. Bradley.
She even went
Bradley,
on
I didn't
local
ask for your.
television.
I did not ask for your input. She resigned as treasurer.
Actually, you did. It's called deliberation, Larry. You did ask for it. You said, "Hey, we have a." So when you made a comment, yeah, but you made a statement. But you made a statement that's false, Larry, because she was on.
She resigned, Mr. Bradley.
Yeah,
that's
after
in the minutes. That's all I can go back to see.
I know that's all you care about, Larry. It's your spin. But the reality
I
was,
go by facts.
she was on the public news saying that she's being blocked from the information of the administration, the subordinate administration, by this board and its immoral majority, stopping her from getting the information, including voting against giving bank statements to the treasurer. And then they were using her signature, right? This is wrong, guys. You got to correct it.
Oh, is there any
you're
other
off.
comments from any other
You're
board
wrong, man.
members?
Go watch
Ms. Beard?
TV 13's interview. Right? She wasn't getting the information from the administration to do her job
Or any
properly.
other comment from any other board members concerning Ms. Beers being the treasurer?
Why don't you take back what you said?
I
Larry?
will make a comment. I thought she should have had the job in the first place. I nominated her years ago. She did walk away. You can claim whatever you want, but I will vote for her to try again, Mr. Bradley. Let's see what kind of job she can really do. This time she needs to do it, not say, oh, let Mr. Bradley do it. If she can do it, I'm all for it because I was all for it in the beginning. So you have my vote for Joy Beers.
Excellent. And I think that we should all support Joy and make sure that this board and its majority forces our subordinate
Why are you
administration
still talking?
to
Mr.
give
Bradley, I
her
would like to move
because for
public
you to
comment.
vote for her,
Actually, at
For
for you to
20.
vote for her and then
Stop,
vote against
Mr.
giving out
Bradley.
information is irrational. For you to vote for her and then block her from doing her job is irrational. For you to vote for her
Why
and
are
then
you
stop,
putting...
then stop the people from getting information like you did with the OOR is
Why
irrational.
are you still picking on me? I'm relenting to you and your crazy, ridiculous
It's not
nonsense.
crazy,
Can we
nor
please
is
go
I
it
to
am
public
letting
comment?
you go,
If you
David.
don't want to
Just
follow the
let
law,
Joy
just
be
resign.
treasurer. Let's see how she
I
does.
think that's a
I
great
will
idea.
stay out of it.
But let her
Can we
do
move
her
on to
job.
public comment?
But let her do her job and
Mr.
help her
Bowman?
do her job. Part of the 9.
Mr. Bowman?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Stern. Yes, I do believe that Joy just needs to be given the opportunity to actually do her job as treasurer. I think she's a fine person. I think that as long as this board is willing to support her and actually allow her to do her job, and that there's not commingling of not allowing her to fully exercise her duties. And if she's not allowed to do that, I hate to say it, but there's a legal process to that as well. So that's all I have to say.
What is the legal process?
Ms.
I would
Bowman?
be
The legal
interested in
process.
that
The
legal
legal
process.
process is removing the directors that stop her from doing her job because it's illegal to not allow a board of director to do their duty under the law. And 5 people cannot negate the responsibility of an individual director. That's why you're getting a removal
Ms.
from
Bowes?
the school district, 2 of them, because
Dave,
you're
can I
following
talk?
neglecting the law.
Can I talk? Like I said before, I don't know if Joy will want it. But she and I discussed this after she resigned. She explained to me why she resigned. I personally believe that Ed would be far easier to work with. He is certainly far more transparent and helpful when I have questions. And I think it would be a completely different result this time around. And if Joy wants to do it, good for her.
No other comments, Mr. Stern?
Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. So we will do a roll call vote to elect Joy Beers as treasurer for 1-year term. Roll call vote, Ms. Bertinio, please.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Abstain.
Ms. Joy Beers, Ms. Joy Beers, absent. Mr. Richard Bell,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes, for me also.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
I'm gonna abstain.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
6 yes, 1 absent, 2 abstentions. Motion passes.
We'll move on for new business on discussion on library funding and budget.
I make a motion that we fund the library. I also have 2 other ones. I would like to,
Clear
One at a time, Mr. Bradley.
well, I want to make sure we don't get silenced. I'd like to get all three of them in, and then you can take them as
Mr.
your,
Bradley, it's 11:21. You've not been silenced yet.
Yeah, you have. But anyway, Mr. Bully Pulpit. But so the three are, I like a motion to table the gym floors discussion because that was missed. And I like a motion to change the sports attendance fees to $1. So those are the three. Take them in order.
Mr. Bradley, the gym floor discussion was already tabled.
Actually, it was missed. You guys were
It was not missed. It was tabled because there was not
No,
a
you didn't
second
take a vote.
first on the motion.
If that's what you're going to go with, I'll agree with that. Thank you very much. So then the next one is the sports for $1 when you get a chance. But I'll think we should fund the library for the. Actually, I make a motion that we fund the library $30,000 in this upcoming fiscal year. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Gail. I appreciate that greatly.
I have a motion by Mr. Bradley, a second by Ms. Mahalik. Any comments from the board concerning the $30,000 donation, up $10,000 above the 20 from the previous term?
I feel very strongly that we should support the library. I do. I'm not comfortable with 30,000 when we can't buy supplies for our own classrooms. So I would be happy with giving a set amount of 10,000 with, if our fund balance increases, we would look at a second stipend. I can't commit to 30,000 as much as I'd like to. I can't commit to 30,000 if I know that our classrooms are not getting the supplies they need. And I'm very sorry about that to the library and everyone else, but I will gladly do 10. I wish I could do 30. I will do 10 and hope that if the fund balance improves, we can give another stipend at the end of the year. And that's my opinion for what it's worth. I know not much, but that's my opinion.
Clear, I also have a comment if I may.
Certainly, Nathan.
I made a longer statement at the finance meeting when this was discussed, but I would also say that I fully support the library. As a student who attended a very small private school, the library was a huge educational resource to me. I believe it serves many people in our community in an educational manner, while not specifically through the school. I'd look at it through a similar lens to how perhaps our adult education programs might be looked at. I don't believe this is the time or place for the motion. I don't believe this is the time for us. I don't think we have the information at this point to look at an increase, but as far as funding them at the level that we have, that's absolutely something I support and look forward to that being added back into the budget before we pass our final budget in June. And I thank the library for all that they do for our community.
Any other comment from the board?
I really think we need to keep the stipend at 20,000. They really need the money. They'll have to cut back on services. If you cut their stipend, it really will hurt the library, and it will hurt the community as a whole. It really needs to stay at least 20, and if possible, go up. And they can provide more services to the community.
So Gail, you.
I think the community. Yeah, the community is the $30,000 what we motioned and seconded, correct? I think if they're going to vote and deny the library the $30,000, maybe a second motion might come through. But for Rita to mention that we don't have supplies within our own schools and other stuff, it was that library that really stepped up during COVID, and we should try to help them as best we can. They were the ones that were able to stay open during weekends. They're the ones that can stay open later at night. They're the ones that can put on these community programs. There's so much that takes place in those local libraries, as Nathan said, that it is a pittance. And as far as the supplies and other things within our classroom, I do think it's a disservice that our teachers are scrambling together to get basic supplies, especially when we're giving away hundreds of thousands of dollars in stipends and bonuses. I just found out that NEF stipend didn't only go to our superintendent, but there was many employees that were taking a stipend for funding that was misallocated, in my opinion. I don't know what they were doing. If we weren't receiving the benefits of that program, then why were we giving away, tens of thousands of dollars in stipend? I think it's mismanaged. And if the person that does the most beneficial managing of these tax dollars, a division of the Pennsylvania school code is public libraries, that we give it to them, they allocate it properly. And at $30,000, they can really help our students. And they can add themselves in for, hopefully, I made personal donations to help them into a general fund so that they can become self-sufficient over their period of time instead of having to come to this board every year and beg and then be literally put on the, I can't believe you put them on the chopping block. Oh my God, that doesn't make any sense at all. So now I think the $30,000 is deserved, needed, and will be well allocated. And I think the people at that library do a fantastic job. It was amazing the amount of people that when we said fund the library, that they stepped up and they wanted to give money. They wanted to give it to the library. I think it's fantastic. It's a great community. And I think the library does a great service. I'm sticking to the 30,000 and I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Okay, you can move on to public comment, Mr. Cleaver.
This is Mr. Bowman. In reference to the library, I would really encourage the board to give them that stipend of $30,000. I don't know if there's a representative from the library online tonight, but I would also encourage them to apply to the Donald and Dorothy Stabler Foundation out of Harrisburg. They do provide funding to libraries. It's a pretty much guaranteed grant. Maybe the question is, if the school district says, hey, we'll give you $20,000, if the school district in return would be willing to write a grant with the Donald and Dorothy Stabler. It's a very simple application. That's funding that we actually get for our Pennsylvania outdoor veterans from them. They generally give to pretty much every nonprofit in Eastern and Central PA. So I would encourage maybe that's an option as well to help them. I know that the library has been a huge help tremendously throughout COVID, and it's a vital asset to our community. It's a vital asset to our students, and that's what it comes down to. This is for our students and our student body and helping them out.
No, can you explain again which grant that was?
It's the Donald and Dorothy Stabler Foundation out of Harrisburg. They're probably the largest private foundation in the state of Pennsylvania. They have well over $1 billion in assets. So there's 4 grant cycle periods through the 4 quarters. If the school district is willing to have Mr. Tack assist them in writing a grant and saying, hey, we'll give you $20,000, we'll write a grant, I think that's a pretty thing, because if they put in that they got $20,000 in matching grants, they're guaranteed pretty much that other $20,000 to overcome their deficit.
Thanks a lot, Ryan. That's really good information. And to add to that on the grant and the other ideas, by giving them 30, the process to which that can be provided is we still have available funds in our supplies budget well in excess of the 30 grand that we normally give at least 20, but I think 30 would be more likely given the COVID situation and all the extra effort that they did so that they could continue their great works. For instance, one of our funds, we have $52,808 in excess for supplies within our district. So not sure where Rita comes up with that number, but it's okay. We really can look at easily providing them with this, and it wouldn't even be 0.1% of our budget. And they are the most efficient users of funds, it seems, and for that they should be rewarded. Thank you.
And I wholeheartedly support the library. It is something that is crucial particularly to students who are struggling with particularly reading, that are struggling with that even during the summer, and that they need that assistance to continue. They're part of, they're almost an extension of the school district in helping these students throughout the summer. Particularly, I know a lot of teachers require students to do book reports over the summer. So it's a crucial and vital thing. And I know that things are tough right now with COVID and that, but I think the board, you guys as a board, can overcome this dilemma here.
Yeah, I think everyone will support the 30 grand. I couldn't see anybody voting against it. And not only do they support those kids that are in our schools, but you got to realize the local library is the incubator that teaches a lot of these kids to read before we even get to them. It's those programs that encourage kids to learn, and a lifetime of learning. That's what the library provides. And it is part of the Pennsylvania School Code. So they are an extension of us, and that's why this funding can easily be provided to them. And without blinking an eye, we're talking less than 0.1% of this board's budget. Thank you. Even if they ask for less, they should be given the 30.
Ms. Bose?
Yes, the local library, while I don't use it, there are a lot of people who are financially stressed that have no other place to go to use a computer, get on the internet, whatever they may need to do. And I do believe that we need to support them. I understand we have financial issues right now, but I do believe that we need to do the best we can to support them the best we can. Thank you.
Ms. Leibel?
If Mr. Bradley stands behind his vote in 3J, the more educated staff members hopefully will inspire young learners in our school district to encourage readers. There's a saying, readers are leaders. But I agree that we must continue to be financially responsible, like Mrs. Spinelli suggests.
Thank you. Actually, I just did the math for everybody. It is less than $30,000 is less than 1/10 of 1%. To do 1/10 of 1% would be closer to $41,000. So we're looking at a minor increase to a program that has not been increased in years, and it's less than 1/10 of 1% of the school's budget for a school program. And less than we take in from the community for attending our kids' events.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you called my name. So this is Melissa Hawk. I am the director of the library. We have a lot of board members on tonight as well, but I just wanted to speak up and say that to thank everyone for the kind words of support and the recognition of the work that we do. And I will look into that grant tomorrow as soon as I get into the library, because I'm always writing grants and always looking for new ones. So thank you for that suggestion. We would really appreciate staying in the budget for the sum that we have had for the past, I forget now, it's very late, years. Of course, an increase is always wonderful, but we have our budget for the year at that amount. So that would really help us be able to maintain the level of service. And I did want to mention now, while I have people's ear, we will be going back to open doors and regular full service June 1st. We've been open with appointments, but now people can just drop by and won't have any worries of being able to come in. And that's really all that I had. And thank you for letting us be able to share this with you.
Ms. Hawk, Ms. Hawk, this is Dave Bradley. Would you use the
Yes.
money efficiently if we provided you with the $30,000? And would you make sure that you are not living on a shoestring at the edge of existence every year to year?
Many small public libraries are one of the institutions that knows how how to out of necessity use their funds to the greatest efficiency possible, even cutting coupons for cleaning products and things like that. So any funds that we would receive would be used efficiently. There's no doubt.
Yeah, we tested that, and you have not only been trusted but have been verified. And I think that these funds that we're trying to secure for you will easily be approved by anyone on this board that recognizes that 0.1%, there's plenty of places that we can squeeze, and it doesn't need to be our local library that shows up during COVID or any of these other issues for these youngest of our students, and then everyone else from there all the way up until senior years to have access for continued learning. It adds to the community when everybody wants to learn. So thank you.
Ms. Hawk, I'm sorry. I was trying to ask a question for Mr. Bradley. Chimed in there. I do appreciate you. I did see that you send us your information on your budget.
Yes.
For the 2021. And just wonder, everything's pretty self-explanatory, but there's a line item BB&T investment account income, $10,000. Is that the grants you're talking about, or is that another bank, like that fund? Is that?
That is an investment fund that the library has. And we can draw from it. It draws the amount down. But because this year is such a, we try not to draw much from that. And this year, because our budget is so up in the air, because of not being fully open, so we aren't getting income from things like people sending faxes and making copies and printouts and stuff, and even just fines, library book fines, and just the donations that people give us when there are more people in the building. So we put that line on there, hoping that we wouldn't have to draw more than that, or even really that.
So that's not interest in a certain amount. That's just the amount that you
no
in that account. Okay.
That would be from the principal that we would have to.
Okay. Okay. I wasn't sure when you mentioned the grants if that was okay. So that.
Yeah. No, I don't put the grant in our budget. The grants in our budget because they're not. We can't count on them. I got a small grant for summer reading expenses. Found out about that today. So things like that, although I apply for them regularly, we can't, that's not money in the bank, so we don't put it in our budget.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And since when we were looking at your budget, by the way, Melissa, before you run,
yes.
We looked at it, and when I did some math, the reason we threw $100 from each of the organizations that I'm part of to the library for that general fund to grow is because there's value in being fiscally responsible. We also looked at the overall cost to an individual member of the community, and it's like 50 cents for that $30,000 being provided to the district. So if you looked at your taxes and saw whatever you're paying to the school and took 50 cents of it, that's going to support and guarantee the financial stability of our local library, I think it's incredibly valuable and an incredibly small ask. So I really do appreciate your efficiency in the use. And it's not only you. This habitual efficiency has been in place for decades, and it's fantastic. You guys are doing a great job. I wish our board should learn from you. So thank you.
Okay. Mr. Stern, I'm trying to get Mr. Zlumzovich, but it says he has an older version downloaded of Zoom. Let's see. Okay, Mr. Stern?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it says that Mr. Zlumzovich has a older version of Zoom, so I couldn't get him.
At this point, I guess we do a roll call vote on the.
Hold on 1 second. Since you're seeking his input and he's trying to provide it to you and you recognize that, why doesn't somebody call him? Can we have Ms. Pertinio call him? I mean, if he was public in a meeting, he'd have access. If we were open, like we were supposed to be next month, we were supposed to be 5 months ago. But why don't we just call him? Why don't you call him?
Mr. Bradley, would you please just
I'm asking a question. Why don't you call him?
Mr. Bradley, we're going to try
Okay,
and
good.
allow him to speak. If you could just please stop so we could try and figure out how we could allow him to speak without having to call him.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds good, but calling him is real easy, you know?
Well, maybe you can call him. I don't have his phone number.
Mr. Zlumzovich? Mr. Zlumzovich?
I see him on my screen.
He's on mute.
Mr. Zlumzovich?
Well, Barb should have his number.
If he really would like to speak, he can call in on the phone.
Yeah. Well, I did promote him to panelist, so he showed up. He would have if he would have to unmute. Do not see him on the call anymore. Okay. So no other comments.
Why not announce the call-in number so that someone has it? Do we have a call-in number for this meeting? It might not be on his invitation.
We'd be able to just register, and then I could promote him to panelist. At least, even though it's an older version, he should still be able to speak because he was on the screen.
Unless he's being muted by the host. You're right.
No, Mr. Bradley, that's not the case.
Well, it is. If you muted him, he would not be able to speak. I would agree.
Okay, Mr. Stern, everyone had an opportunity to comment on this motion.
Okay, then roll call vote, Ms. Pertinio, on to fund the library $30,000 in the 2021-2022 budget.
Mr. Ween wins.
My question is to Mr. Rarick. And listening to Mrs. Hawk, I think the 20,000, if we can do the 20,000, I'm sure they'd be okay with that. So I'll say no to 30, but if we can do 20, I will say yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Why wasn't that part of the discussion?
Absent. Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Most definitely.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
No, at this time, because I believe the way to fund it properly is to put this item in the budget and then vote for the funding. So I do support funding them, especially at the $20,000 we have, but I cannot, it's a no for me at this time.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
No. My reasoning is, I think we should give $10,000 and then wait and see if we have more monies nearer to the end of the school year. I think our budget should include buying new subjects, books, etc. I don't think this $30,000 that Mr. Bradley wants to come up with, I think is wrong. But anyway, $10,000 I would say yes to. And then as the year goes by, we can bring up and say, hey, look, our expenses are well under control. And then I would say yes to the next 10,000. But right now, my answer for that is no.
Steve, this was part of the deliberation comment, but at the same time, hold on a second. Wait, please. That was supposed to be done during deliberation. Nope, you can't mute. Wait, you can't mute it. You gotta have this deliberation. Steve, we found the money. The school year ends in 2 weeks, Larry. Steve, the school year ends in 2 weeks. June is our. Please, you're
Bradley,
stop it. You're
Mr.
having a
Bradley,
conversation.
please.
He's deliberating during the vote. He's
No,
deliberating during the vote. You have
no,
to have to be able to retort. Steve, the
the
budget year ends at the end of June. It's 1 month away. 1 month away. The budget year ends at the end of June. We have $52,000 left over from supplies. We only have 2 more weeks to make it.
First of all, Mr. Bradley, you say those reports aren't valid.
So the
Don't be
money is
quoting
there. The
reading
money
them.
is there. It's in the budget. It can be used for this purpose, and therefore you don't have this issue, Steve. If you paid attention, we wouldn't have
No,
this
Mr.
problem.
Bradley, this is for the 21-22 budget.
And again, it's left over, so you don't have to give it to the next person. It's there. Give it to them.
Mrs. Gail Mahalan?
I say yes.
Mrs. Rita?
I'm going to say no for the same reason that Steve did. I find it interesting that every single penny gets questioned when we need to spend it for our district, but when we can find it for somewhere else, all of a sudden, Mr. Bradley's looking at a balance that we don't even know is going to be used and agreeing to give it away. I support the library. I always have, but I'm a school director and that comes first. So I go with Steve, and my answer to this is no.
Rita, the library is part of our school district, just like charter schools. You're a fool. You are a fool. And it's in the budget. We have leftover money. If you don't use
Bradley,
the concept of
please.
use and lose, they're making deliberations during the vote.
Bradley,
It's fine. I
please.
have a right to retort. I have a right to retort.
Mr. Larry?
I have a right to retort.
At this point, I'm saying no for the same reason as
You have a
Mr.
right
Kohler.
to
We need to
retort.
work it in the next weeks in our budget meetings and get it stabilized and get everything figured out in the budget meetings. We can't
Robert's
just go and
Rules of
say,
Order.
okay, we're gonna give him $30,000 and see what sticks.
Robert's
We
Rules
have
of
to make
Order
sure
says
it's
you
in
have
the
a right
budget.
to do deliberation. Will you please stop muting people and then not
Now, I'm
following
gonna
Robert's Rules of
entertain
Order?
a motion
Please.
and a second
Now,
for dropping all prices from the
you didn't finish the
previous
library,
motion.
guys. You didn't finish it. You deliberated during the vote, which blocks
Mr.
people
Bradley,
from
everybody
commenting.
did vote.
But you deliberated during the vote. You made
So did
statements that
you.
were wrong
Bradley,
and
you
lied.
deliberate through
They
every
made
vote.
illegal
That's not
statements
an
inside the
excuse.
meeting. They made things that just weren't true.
Mr.
They're
Bradley,
not
it is
true.
now
1/10 of 1%. They're part of the
10
district. Rita lied.
It is
It's
now
not part of the district.
midnight.
The library, I don't care. The library.
I know you don't
You
care.
have a
Care.
job to do.
Mr.
The
Stern,
library is
motion to
part of the
adjourn.
district,
May I
Rita. The library is
take a
part of our
motion to
district, just like
adjourn?
charter schools. You made stuff up. You lied.
Hey, can you hear me now?
You're protecting
Mr. Bradley, you are just such a liar. I can't even stand it anymore.
$159,000 in
I
bonuses,
make a
and you
motion
should have
to
just given
adjourn.
$130,000 in bonus. You gave
I'm seconding the motion to
$159,000.
adjourn because we cannot get anywhere with Mr. Bradley.
Your arguments are irrational and
second it.
illogical. It's within our district.
A motion and a second to adjourn.
$159,000 in
It's very late.
bonuses to employees,
We
and
will
you
continue to
gifted
work
to
with
the
the
library.
Good night.
Good night.
Aye.
Aye.
Take a motion for the